Have you ever wondered what powers your favorite apps or the latest AI breakthroughs? It's all about Python, and we have got the perfect course to get you started. Welcome to Python Tutorial for Beginners, where learning meets excitement. This is a live tutorial that we have compiled as a complete tutorial just for you. I'm excited to introduce our dynamic mentor Rajan Chettri, who will make this adventure unforgettable. In just 5 hours, you will master Introduction to Python. We'll start with setting up your environment and writing your first Python program. You'll also dive into the basic data structures and strings, all reinforced with practical exercises. Then comes dictionaries. Get hands-on experience with Python's one of the most powerful data structures using Jupyter notebooks. Then comes OOP Essentials. Understand functions, types, and the principles of object-oriented programming. You will learn to create your own classes and objects, complete with the exercises to practice what you have learned. Then comes file handling. Learn different file modes and techniques for writing data to files. Hands-on exercises will ensure that you can apply these skills in real-world scenarios. Then comes NumPy overview. Discover the power of NumPy arrays, including the basic and advanced manipulation. Practical tasks will solidify your understanding and capability with numerical data. By the end of this course, you'll have a rock-solid foundation in Python, ready to take on more advanced topics and real-world projects. So, are you ready to blast off into the world of coding? Let's get started.
So first of all, I welcome all of you in learning Python. And in this program, in this training program, I'll be teaching you, I'll be telling you exactly how you can communicate with the machine by writing instructions in Python language, right? So it's like that. Now Python is, what is Python here? It's a small introduction here, right? And Python is basically the interpreted language. It's interactive, it's object-oriented programming language. So I'll just tell you exactly what does it means, right? So I'll just put more focus on the foundation part, right? Because it is a first time. So I'll just push more focus on the foundation part, right? And let's proceed further. So it says Python is an interpreted language. Now, what does it mean? I would like to show you something, right? Oops. I would like to show you here, right? Okay. Let's take an example of HTML, right? So when you execute HTML, right? I hope you have some idea about HTML, right? So when you execute HTML, the HTML runs directly, right? So the HTML runs directly. So this type of execution is called, interpreted, right? So here I'm talking about the interpretation. What is interpretation? The HTML code runs directly. So here, when we talk about Java part, it doesn't matter whether you know Java or not, but I want to tell you that when you run a Java code, it is basically converted into a intermediate code, which is a dot class kind of thing, and then you get the output or you get the response from the system. So in these two cases, what you need to observe is that here the code is directly getting executed without any intermediate conversion. Here in Java, the code gets converted into some intermediate code and then you get the output, right? So there is it's a two-stage process, and it's simply code into output. So when a code directly executes, right? So without any intermediate file, so that is interpretation. So Python is interpreted, but I want to tell you, right? Python is a versatile language because it supports both compiled and interpreted execution, right? So you can compile a Python program or you can interpret it also directly. So it is versatile. Second, it is interactive. Now, what do you mean by interactive? Interactive basically means, you have a shell, right? I'll be showing you, okay, it's not available in my system, right? I'll be using Anaconda for that. I'll be showing you exactly what is Anaconda, and in Anaconda, I'll be telling you about what is interactive, like that. Then I'll be talking about the object-oriented part here. What is object-oriented? Basically, object-oriented is something that lets a developer build a real-life applications, right? So you must have heard of C programming language, right? So C is something which is also a language, and Python is also a language. So what is the difference between C and Python? When you are a C developer, you cannot represent real life entities, right, in programming. So let's take an example of ATM, right? So ATM is a very beautiful example. We have ATM in real world, right? So how are you going to represent the functioning of ATM in programming? So to represent something which is real in programming, you need a feature which is called object oriented or being object oriented. So when somebody says Python is object oriented, that basically means he's saying that you can build real world applications or real life applications, or in other words, you can represent real life entities such as whatever it is, right? Whether it is a manager, whether it is a bank, whether it is a teacher, whether it is a smartphone or ATM, right? Or a government, whatever. So you can express any entity in real life sense in a language which is object oriented, right? So if something is not object oriented, you cannot express that thing. So this basically is the difference between being object oriented and being procedural, right? We call it procedural. All right. So I hope you understood this part. I'll just proceed further. Now, there is a question, right? Why we need to learn Python, right? Why it is important? Why we cannot learn any other language? Why not Java, or why not C++, or why not the other things, right? Why we are sticking at Python? Now, there are certain reasons here that I have listed, right? So I'm just going to tell you the reasons exactly why you need to learn Python. So the first reason that I'm going to tell you is Python is multi-purpose. Now, what do you mean by multi-purpose? I'll tell you. Let's take an example of PHP, right? So PHP is one of the language which is very popular in the market, and but the problem with PHP is that you can use PHP for building websites only, right? So you cannot use PHP for building, let's say, Windows applications, right? So that PHP is not multi-purpose. So here we have Python, right? Python is a beautiful language. You can use Python for building Windows applications. You can use Python for building web applications. You can use Python for building embedded applications, right? So they run on Raspberry Pi or some IoT kind of devices. So it's beautiful, right? So one language, multiple solutions. It's like that. Now, the second reason, right? The second reason why Python is beautiful, or why Python is important, and that is being object oriented, right? So I really encourage, I really promote, and I really push this topic, object orientation, because this is the topic that has brought revolution in the software development, life cycle, you can say, or software development domain. Because when this feature was introduced, the developers could build the applications, and the applications which behave in a real world way. Then the third feature is interpreted, as I've already discussed. Interpreted is basically, you can simply directly get the output from the code without any intermediate conversion, right? So it's like that. Then in the fourth point, what we have here, we have a focus on readability and productivity. I'm telling you, right? So when you are lost in 10,000 lines of code, so it becomes really hard to read the code, or to differentiate between the sections. Just to give you an idea, every day, I'm talking about the Linux kernel, right? Linux kernel, right? Kernel is the main software that basically drives the Linux operating system. So every day, approximately 3,000 lines of code is contributed in the same Linux kernel. So just imagine, every day you're getting 3,000 lines of code from 1,000 developers at least, right? So when you have this kind of code push in your ecosystem, in your software ecosystem, you really want your codes to look more readable. And when it is more readable, it leads to more productivity, because it becomes easy to read the code. So it is very important. Okay, if you have done any C++ or Java programming, you can see the mess that the curly brackets or the flower brackets create, because there are a lot of brackets which are tangling around, so it becomes really difficult. Then in the fifth point, what we have here, we have batteries included. So what does batteries included basically means here? It basically means the libraries, right? Here I'm talking about the libraries. So I'll just take the reference from C++ or the Java here, or R even. In R, you have modules, right? So used for, doing various operations such as math modules or math libraries or graph libraries like that, like R plot you have for plotting the graphs. So in Java you have packages. If you remember, in packages are basically the libraries which gives you the functionality to perform activities or operations. In C++ mainly you have header files for various operations such as math or such as strings for string operations. So in Python we call it modules, right? So we have modules here. So let's say if you're doing any activity such as, let's say, if you're plotting a graph, right? So for that we have modules in Python such as matplotlib or cborn. I'm just giving some technical jargons here. Don't get scared. We have a lot of modules here. We have modules for mathematical computations. We have modules for string manipulation. We have modules for, let's say, data analytics. We have modules for machine learning. We have modules for graph plotting. We have modules for website development. We have modules for artificial intelligence, right? So for various domains we have modules here, and as I've given you a number, 98,524 plus. This is the count of modules that we have in Python. So the maximum number of modules, the more functionality you have available with. Now you can think of that, why Python is unrestricted programming language kind of thing. Then we have something called interactive shell. What is it? I'm going to show you the interactive shell in Anaconda part. Just allow me to move to the Anaconda thing. Now the final part is that Python is cross-platform. So when somebody says a language is cross-platform, that basically means the operating system, right? Operating system independent, right? So basically, Python can run on multiple operating systems, whether it is a Windows OS or whether it is a Mac OS or whether it is a Linux OS. So Python can run on multiple operating systems. Now, guys, see, the point is that if you think as per the business perspective, what does cross-platform basically helps, or where is the benefit of being cross-platform? So let's say if I am developing a product for my clients, right? Let's say a commercial product that I want to, just push into the market, and I want to, earn some revenue out of it. I want that product to execute on as many customers as much it can. So let's say, just to give an example, let's say .NET, right? .NET is one of the technology that we have in the market. So that is mostly Windows competitive or Windows compatible, right? So if I stick to .NET mostly, so that product will be available for Windows users, right? Because .NET is not fully compatible with Linux or Mac. So in that case, my product selling will be limited. So if I go with a technology which is unrestricted of OS, so I can sell the same product to the multiple users of different operating systems. So that's how it will lead to multiple sales, you can say like that. So that's how it's a commercial benefit. Okay, guys, everyone. This slide answers a lot of questions here, like how R is different from Python, or how Python is different from R. So here I've given a lot of domains on the left side, and on the right side we have the solutions in Python, right? So whether you're interested in web development, we have solutions in Python. If you're interested in GUI development, we have solutions in Python. If you are interested in scientific or software or system administration, we have solutions, right? So yes, this course covers mostly all the important topics related to fundamentals of Python. I like to say it like that, and I'll try my best to go in depth as much as I can. All right, I'll just proceed further. Hope you have understood the modules here, right? I'm not going to read all the modules because it's useless to read. I'm just going to make you understand exactly the solutions we have in Python. It's like that. I'm sure you have not heard of various solutions like this in R, like that. I'm not degrading R. R is beautiful, but I love Python like that. Thank you. Well, just to convince you more, right? Just to convince you more, who uses Python, right? So here there are some of the big giants in the market, in the world, who are using Python for their computing, for their extensive computing, for getting their business run, right? So We have Mozilla, Google, Yahoo, IBM, NASA, and a lot of companies, right? So if these companies are convinced with Python, why not we? Like that. Okay, let's proceed further. Oh, wow. So here we have something, right? So we have a practical lab, and so that is a sound hiss that comes from Python generally. Yeah. Sunil, we can do predictive modeling in Python as well, right? For that, we have a beautiful library in Python called scikit-learn. Sometimes we call it sklearn as well. All right, everyone, participants, right? So here I'm proceeding further with the environment setup. I'm going to tell you exactly how to push the Python into your systems, right? So I'll try to be in detail as much as I can. Yes. So here we have environment setup. It was really hard for me to learn the spelling of environment in my initial days, right? But I can do it now. Okay, so here we're talking about environment setup, right? Or in simple words, software installation, right? So here we're talking software installation part here, right? You can install core Python, and you can install a distribution here, right? So just giving you a small overview here. So the Python is available in two forms here, right? So there's something called core Python, and there's something called distribution, right? So what is the difference in these two versions here? I'll tell you, right? So when we say core Python, it will install standard Python. When I say standard Python, it basically means some basic libraries, right? So such as for doing the math, for doing the string operations, for simply input output, you will get the basic libraries. You will not get specialized libraries, right? So such as you will not get sklearn for, let's say, machine learning, right? And you will not get, let's say, Seaborn for graph plotting kind of thing, isn't it? So you will not get these libraries in your in your core standard installation. But if you go with a distribution, right? When I say distribution is Python plus all major popular libraries. This I hope this should clear the difference between the core Python and the distribution. So when somebody says distribution, that basically means is giving you a box full of all the sweets in it like that, right? So here Anaconda is a distribution. So when I say Anaconda is a distribution, this basically means it includes Python plus all the major popular libraries, right? So I'm just going to show you exactly how you can get, uh, you know, Anaconda thing. And there's a question from Keshava. He says that is it not possible to add the modules as and when it is required? Like, yes, Keshava, obviously and absolutely it is possible, right? And all the time it is possible. Generally, it depends, right? So it depends in what approach, right? Using what kind of approach you want to proceed. So everything is possible as such. Yeah, we can, right? So there is a command for that, Keshava, right? Python -mpip install, right? Let's say sklearn. This is the kind of command that we have in Python for installing the specific libraries, right? Like that. Just giving you the idea, right? So don't get confused, everyone. Don't get confused. So I'll just show you the practical things here, right? So I'll just go to python.org here. Right. So this is the beautiful site we have here. So this is for, all right, I'll just try to be core Python, right? So here we're talking about the core Python. If you're interested in installing core Python, you can simply go to python.org, and from the download section, you can download the 3.7.2 version, right? So this is the source, right, from where you get the Python thing. But in this program, in this course, I think it is not encouraged to do this step. but just for the added information, I just told you this thing, right? All right, so sorry, we are not installing. All right, so we are going with the distribution, right? We are going with a distribution. Hello, distribution, right? Jyoti says, do we require any system specifications to download and use it? Jyoti, I'll suggest that you must have at least 2 GB of RAM. That is the minimum that is required. Apart from that, generally in 2018, we are supposed to have at least some dual cores or i3 processors, right? So do not practice this thing in Pentium 4 or 3. It's really dangerous. Sometimes, you get kind of nausea. I hope that that answers your question, Jyoti. Anaconda.com. So here, this is the website anaconda.com. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to just show you the magic behind this website. So I hope everybody is clear with the distribution part, right? So guys, my question to all of you: do you understand what is a distribution? Type in the chat window. Thank you, Suman. Thank you, Asim. Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Anjay. There was a question why it has a snake in it. I'll ask. Right. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Very well. It's not cloud-based, Rahul. It's offline right now. It's offline. Yeah, thank you. I can see a lot of answers here. Everybody is active. Mahabir, I'll try. You'll get the recorded session, Mahabir, right? All right. Fine. That was humorous, Sujit. Beautiful. So Raghu says, is it IDE? Yes, I'll say like that. It contains a lot of IDEs, right? So Raghu, Anaconda contains IDEs such as Jupyter, such as Spider, right? So we have some collections of IDE within the Anaconda. I'm going to show you. Thank you, Saurabh. That is beautiful. Thank you. IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. Abhishek Yadav, that is your question. What is IDE? IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. It's basically an IDE contains a code editor plus compiler, and some more functionalities, right? So such as Turbo C in your academic days, or NetBeans or Eclipse, right? Or Jupyter in Python, or there are a lot of IDEs which are available. Yeah. Rajesh, yeah, recently, it is not recent, it has been a long time. They have been publishing a lot of webinars on their Python distribution. So, yeah, Rajesh, that is a customized, Python distribution from Intel, which is optimized for Intel hardware, like that. Sarat, there is a question from Sarat, why we are considering Jupyter for this course, why not PyCharm or other IDs? Sarat, I would like to answer this question this way, because this is a training session, and in training sessions, I'm going to use a lot of small programs in terms of code snippets. So those are easy to view and understand in Jupyter. Yes, definitely PyCharm is really beautiful, and it is it is one of the best IDE we have available for Python. But the difference is that PyCharm is mostly used for full-fledged project development, right? So if you're developing a full-fledged project, in that case, you're not supposed to work on Jupyter. You're supposed to work on PyCharm-like softwares. But for my viewers who are beginners, I strongly recommend and suggest to work on Jupyter. All right. Yes, Pawan, I'll ask the upGrad team to share the PPTs as well. Yes, comparatively, Python is faster. NJ, you say that why there are too many IDEs. So basically, it's like saying why there are too many Android smartphones. Why not one? It's a competition which is going on in the market. The best IDE for Python is obviously PyCharm from JetBrains, right? So they have very good IDE available. I'm going to show you, Bharti, what is Jupyter. In industry we mostly use PyCharm in most cases. It depends. At the student level, people use Sublime, people use VS Code, sometimes Notepad++. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm done with this, right? I'm just proceeding, right? I'll just go to the download section here. Where are you? Download here. It is download here at the top right corner. Right. So I'll just go to this section here and the kind of distribution. And hey guys, look at this beautiful. It's not beautiful. It's black and white. It's colorless. Okay, let it be. Okay, you can see some some fancy titles here, some technical jargons here, such as Jupyter, Spider, NumPy, SciPy, Numpa, Pandas, Dask, Bokeh, HoloView, and a lot of things. So see, this Anaconda contains all these tools and technologies, right? So this is something why we call it a distribution, right? Like that. Okay, so here we have two versions available for Anaconda. We have the Python 3.7 version and we have Python 2.7 version. I will be going with the Python 3.7 version. Right? So 2.7, there is a slight difference in 2.7 and 3.7 in terms of code writing. Right? So there is a slight syntactical change somewhere. Right? So 3.7 is something that I would like you to go with, and I will suggest to go with the 64-bit graphical installer, right? And yeah, there is a Mac. Okay, it's a Mac one, right? So you can see here, right? It's available for Mac, Windows, and Linux. So you can go with the OS according to your system architecture. Pawan, there are not as such major differences, but slightly code tweaks, right? But it leads to instability, right? Guys, remember, when you're working on two different versions, like 3.7, 2.7, 2.7 and 3.7, there will be code instability, right? So there will be a stability issue in the codes. Yeah, mostly 2.0 is ruling the market because it is old. It was available earlier. 3.7 is compared to newer, and it is being adopted at a very rapid pace. All right. So guys, you will be downloading the setup from here, right? And once you do that, I'm going to do a magic, and suddenly you'll get files like this, right? Yeah, you'll be downloading the 3.7 version, right? It's not as such. It's not mostly backward compatible. You may face issues, Nikhil. So guys, I have two Anaconda here, one for 32-bit and 64-bit, and one for 32-bit kind of thing. So mostly you all are going to have 64-bit version in your systems. So download the 64-bit version, right? Pawan, in some cases we require the code change, right, between the 3.7 and 2.7. Not in all the cases, but generally it leads to error, right, when you get yourself involved in this kind of versioning thing. So guys, this is the setup for Anaconda, and it's really easy to go with the graphical installer because you just need to press next. You need to press I agree, right? It's like we don't have choice here. Obviously, we'll be click on I agree. Simply click on next, and simply click on install, right? So this is how we do it, right? So when you click on install, you're going to see a magical progress bar, going further from left to right. So as it completes its journey, the Anaconda will be installed in your system. So I just canceled the installation because I have it already installed. So you can see here, once the Anaconda is installed, it is Anaconda Navigator we have here, right? So this is something that you're going to look for after, after installing the Anaconda thing. So I'll just click on that, and here in the middle of the desktop, you will see a beautiful splash screen. So I'm just taking a pause of 10 seconds here, right? All right. Are 10 seconds over? I think. So I already have Anaconda installed in my system. How do I know which version you have? I'll just tell you that thing. That's a beautiful thing. Okay, everyone. this is the Anaconda Navigator, right? And here you are seeing some tools or some products for which are already built in within Anaconda. Even you have R Studio here, right? So I'm sure, very much sure that you remember the R part. So you used to code in R Studio, so that is available here. Apart from that, I would like you to take to the environment part here. And when I take you to the environment part, can you see this first column here, this name column? These are the libraries that you get as a gift with this Anaconda. So we can see that we have a lot of libraries which are available here, right? Shwetank, just take the update. It's free, right? Just take the update. Okay. So we have a lot of libraries here, right? So I just recommend you to have a tour of this library in case if you want. I'll just proceed further. So here I'm going to home part, right? So this is home. And for the Python programming, right? Everyone, for the Python programming, I'm going to use this one, right? Jupyter. Jupyter is one of the beautiful web-based IDE we have available. And for the training and academic purposes, Jupyter is the best IDE that you can use, right? And there is a question from Pawan, how to add libraries in the Jupyter lab. I'll just show you, right? So here I'm going to click on launch button here, and it is going to launch Jupyter. So in the next 5 or 7 minutes, I'm going to show you exactly how to work on Jupyter, right? And believe me, right, when I learned this Python thing, I was not working on Anaconda earlier. So I had to, manually install Jupyter in my core Python. It was a little tedious, but I got along with it and it was installed finally. Now, when I see Anaconda, it makes my life, a donut, a sweet, because you don't have that much stress to work on. Okay, so let's launch it. So here I'm launching. Vishnu, I think during the remote desktop hosted cloud-based training assignments, there's a team of excellent people who will be guiding you through. All right, so we have a lot of things here, right? Okay, I think I must delete all these things earlier. Okay, let it be. Fine, guys. So this is Jupyter, right? Yeah, but I'll answer you, right? So this is Jupyter, right? So this is the interface looks like. It's a web-based interface, right? You can simply start with new, and you can simply click on Python 3. That's how you can start, or else you can click on folder here, right? And you can create a folder, right? So it creates untitled folder like this. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep it simple, guys, right? I'm not going to mess with all many options here. So I'll just take you directly with the coding part here. I'll go to new and I'll click on Python 3 here, right? So that's how we start, right? That's how we start with this notebook, right? So Python 3. Once I click on the notebook, right? So I'm going to see another window like that, right? And it has just started, right? So while you are working on Python, right? So here it is, notebook. You will see this kind of window, right? So these are the cells, right? So you can simply, write codes here. So I'm just going to show you exactly some code snippets here, how we work here, how we get across, right? And this is the name of your notebook, right? So you can just simply hover your mouse here, right? So if you want to rename your notebook, you can simply click here, and you can say my first notebook, right? So like that, right? Yeah, Jishnu, we can change the working directory. That's absolutely true. So this is my first notebook, and I'm just going to rename it. You can see here, it says my first notebook. And here, this is the cell where I'm supposed to write the codes here. So let's start with printing the hello world message, right? So let's print the hello world message. And for your information, this is the comment, right? So by using the hash symbol, we create comments in Python, right? So just to write some descriptive statements, right? So this will be ignored by the compiler and will be treated as error, right? So it's like how we start hash. Hope you understood. So for printing a message, right, I'm going to simply write the call the print function, and in the double quotes, I'm going to say a message here. Hi, this is hello from Python. All right. So this is a built-in function, guys. So mostly while learning Python, you are going to deal with built-in functions, and these built-in functions are provided during the Python installation, right? It's already installed, and this is a message that I want to print here, right? So hi, this is hello from Python, and if I want to see the output, I can simply click on run here. You can see, so when I hit the run, so it displays the output in this way, right? Just understand the behavior, and this is the reason why I love Jupyter, because instantly you get the output and very close to your codes like that. So you don't have to move your eyes, or move your eyes in a circular way to find out exactly where I'm seeing the output or where I'm getting the output like that. So it becomes easy for us to manage the codes and the output like that. All right. Now, so yeah, there is something called kernel, right? Kernel is basically a software program which is responsible for running this notebook. Make sure it is running, right? So if it is not running, so I'll just shut down. Okay, just some troubleshooting, right? I should not be doing this. See, no kernel, right? So when it says no kernel, that means there is no engine which is attached to this website, to this notebook, who will be executing the Python codes. That means it's a bad time. So I'll just restart the kernel, right? Kernel restarting, kernel ready. Okay, let's check. Okay, it's running, beautiful. Okay, now everyone, so here is a quick tip, right? New to programming, so in that case, stick to syntax, right? So this is something that I encourage my participants to observe, right? Every time you learn something, please stick to syntax, right? So when I say stick to syntax, what does it mean? Python is case sensitive, so it's case sensitive, so it's print, right? It's not print, wrong, bad, boo, right? Good. Right, so here you can see the P is capital. It's wrong because it's case sensitive, right? And print, right? This is also wrong, right? No. So spelling mistakes, right? Do not do spelling mistakes, guys. So these are certain general errors, right? General guidelines. When you're starting with any programming language, you need to stick to syntax. You need to stick to it, right? So just have a sharp eye. Have a sharp eye over the code, right? What you are seeing and what you're writing. So just keep this thing in mind. So in case if you do something bad, so let's say if I skip the bracket here, and if I click on run, this is how the error is displayed in the Jupyter. But generally it takes some time to understand all these errors. It takes certain experience to understand, okay, this is something that there is something which is understood now. Right now for the beginners, it will be a little difficult to understand exactly unexpected EOF. So when somebody says EOF, it becomes really confusing. What is EOF, right? It means end of file, like that, right? So just skip it. So to avoid all these confusions, just stick to syntax. And the shortcut here, right? The shortcut here is shift plus enter, right? So this is something that I'm going to use frequently. So if you don't see my mouse, going to this beautiful button and clicking it, and you are seeing the output automatically, that's because I have pressed shift enter, right? So shift enter, like that, right? I hope everything is going uh, in a smoother way, right? Just checking. So everybody is up and active. Just respond me, guys. Is everything clear? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ajay. Thank you, Rajendra. Thank you, Sujit. All right, that's great. You know, there are a lot of participants with good enthusiasm. I can see, right? So I can feel it, right? All right. Great. Thank you very much, right? Thank you. Uh, yeah, Bhunesh, I'll definitely share the list of cheat sheets. All right. You know, there's a question from Mudit. He says that how to do on Chrome instead of Explorer. It's asking for PIN or password. That's true, exactly. You know, in that case, okay, I was just checking it out actually. You know, there is a key actually, right? There's a key which you need to, you know, pass along with the URL to work on this notebook, right? I'll just answer you exactly from where you can find that key. All right, Amit, you are saying you are right, right? Shift enter takes you to the new cell, and whereas control enter simply displays the output in the same cell. That's true. All right. So okay, so I just got lost in the questions here. Himadri, the pie charm is beautiful. Spider, better than spider. Okay. All right. All right. Now I'm going to answer some more questions here. Sachin, it is absolutely not recommended what you are thinking of, right? Do not ship your code. Do not ship your production codes into Jupyter. It's not at all recommended. Although and obviously you're not going to, you know, ship the same notebook to the client, right? Never ever do that because it's not the right platform to execute the projects here, right? It's just meant for, you know, snippets kind of thing or the testing kind of thing, right? Like that. All right, so I'll just proceed further with some more things here. So I've added some more cells here, right? So, you know, when you're into notebook, right, just go through the options, right? So I invite all of you to the tour of a notebook, and I just want you to do something called R&D. So that basically stands for research and development, right? So it will help you in getting deeper and deeper, right? Okay. Anjani, your question is really long, right? So I'm really sorry I cannot answer in this session because debugging the large codes takes a longer time. Ahanda, there's a question from him. He says sometimes we use single quote, sometimes double, even sometimes triple as well, right, Ahanda? So just answering this question, I'm sorry, I'm just getting interrupted sometimes. In Python, this is string. This is also string. Just observe the quotes, guys. This is string 2. Observe the quotes, guys, right? So in Python, all the quotes are same, right? So you have single, you have double, you have triple. The only difference lies here, right? So you are allowed to give line breaks in triple quotes, right? You are allowed to give line breaks in triple quotes, but you're not allowed to give line breaks. Bad. No, you cannot give line breaks in double quotes or single quotes. Otherwise, double and single both are same. But the difference here is that in triple quotes, you are allowed to give line breaks. That's it. So that's where the story ends. Okay. What if I number value for name? It is going to be a number, right? So like if I enter a number, it's going to be a number, but in the string form like that. Yeah, Sanjay, obviously we need to take care of the types. And as you gradually, you know, experience or do the codes, you get to know these things and you used to it, right? It automatically happens. You know, you automatically do all the stuff that is required for getting the right output. So it becomes the habit. All right. So everyone, what if Nupur, there's a question from Nupur. She says that what if Python cannot convert string into integer? In that case, it is going to raise an exception, and exception is basically the runtime error, right? So runtimes are really bad, right? They crash our programs, they terminate the programs, we lose the data. So to overcome this situation, there is a concept of exception handling. Okay. So there are a lot of questions. Yes, Kritika, all the inputs that we accept in Python are strings. Mostly, this happens generally with all the programming languages. Even if you are using Java, so in that also we have strings. In case if you are using the buffer reader class, it's always string. No, Jishnu, in that case, the Ranjan will not be converted into integer, or the its ASCII value, it will be an exception. So what are the data types in Python? We have int long, we have int float, we have boolean, we have all the basic fundamental data structures. Apart from that, we have special data structures such as list, tuple, dictionaries, and sets, like that.
Are you passionate about data science and eager to take your skills to the next level? Now is the perfect time to invest in your future with a Master of Science in Data Science from Liverpool John Morris University, offered exclusively on upGrad. This comprehensive program will transform you into a data science expert equipped with cutting-edge tools and techniques. Enroll now and start your journey to becoming a data science leader. Click the link in the description to learn more and sign up today itself.
In today's session, we are going to learn so many things here. So I'll just start with my presentation. Right, I'll take care of beginners as well. Right. Okay. All right. So here we go. Right. Okay. Now, especially this is dictionary, guys. First of all, I want you to have a look at a dictionary. Right. I want you to have a look at a dictionary. So here, when you say dictionary, basically in dictionary, what is special is that list and tuple both are holding scalar values, means individual values, right? List and tuple both are holding individual values like this: apple, banana, cherry, right? So these are individual values. But here, if you observe the commas here, right? Before every comma, there are two things which are maintained here, right? Before every comma, because you are a beginner, that's why I'm just highlighting this part very much. Before every comma, can you observe two values here, two things here? Right? But here, before every comma, you can see only scalar or singular values, right? So basically, dictionary is a data set or data structure which basically holds the objects or the items in the form of key and value, right? Key and value, key and value, key and value, right? So this is dictionary, right? So this is a kind of data structure that we use in Python for managing two things, right? One can be the key and second can be the value. I'll give you the example like this: one, Ram; two, Sham. Assuming a employee and name; three, Rohit. So you can see here key and value. So in such situations, when you are supposed to handle, multiple values, multiple things. So one can be the key and one can be the value. In that case, the dictionary data structure is suitable. Okay. So a dictionary is a collection which is unordered, changeable, and indexed. In Python, dictionaries are written with curly brackets and they have keys and values, right? I'll come to each and every point, but just observe, right? Just stick to this thing. Observe the curly bracket first of all, right? So I'm just recounting everything. In list, we were having square brackets. In tuples, we are having parentheses, and in dictionary, we are having curly brackets. So just telling you the beginners, right? Just telling you the starters, guys, how you identify what thing is that, how you identify that thing. So first of all, you need to learn the identification, right? Learn the identification first of all. And in my practicals, I'll tell you each and everything. Just allow me, right? Let me cover this basic fundamentals. We're going to do it in two phases, right? The theory part and the practical part. So let me get into the practical part. Okay. So here we go with the practical lab session, right? So I'm just going to start with the session, the practical lab. And so I'm going to start with an Anaconda Navigator. I hope everyone is aware of how to work on this this beautiful distribution. So I'm going to start with the Jupyter part here. Right. So here it goes like. So I'll try my best to explain you. What you need to do is you need to be parallel with me, right? Be parallel with me, and we'll have a lot of learnings and practicals, and we'll enjoy this session a lot. So here we have Jupyter here, right? I'm going to start with a new notebook here. And here I'm going to just simply put in a name, Python DS. All right. So here we goes like, okay. Okay. I hope this Zoom is good for everyone. Last. All right. So here we have some things to cover, right? So you can see here, I'm telling you about a list here, right? So a list is basically a collection of values. So when you have, a huge set of values, you use list, right? So in a situation when you have huge set of values, right? So values can belong to different data types in a list. So in a list, if you are adding some values in a list, so it can contain the values of different data types, right? So in a single list, you can have integers, you can have strings, you can have floats, you can have booleans, you can have that thing. So a list can contain another list. I'll show you it in the practical exactly, because I'll show you it like this, okay? 1 comma 2. Okay, just look at this expression, right? It may sound difficult for you, but I'll repeat it once again. So you can see here, this expression is basically what? A list, a list containing multiple lists. Can you see, right? Just trying to be, just explainable, right? Explanatory to you, right? In case if it is not understood, I'll repeat it once again in my practical, right? Just helping the maximum I can. Now the final part is that list is mutable, right? List is mutable. What does it mean? It means that you can edit the values in a list, right? So if there is a value called apple, you can simply change it to grapes like that, right? So let's create a list here, right? So I'm going to create a list here: apple, mango, banana, cherry. So guys, this is a list here, right? A list. Why it is a list? Because you can see a square brackets here, right? Like that. Now, I'm just going to print this list here, like this. So you can see it is printing. Now, you may be thinking that we are working with static values. Yes, we start with the static values, but once you feel comfortable with the static values, we move to the dynamic allocation, right? We move to how to dynamically add the values. I will definitely move to that. Just allow me to cover all these fundamentals, right? Because I believe that all participants are not at the same stage. So guys, everyone, right? Everyone, is the concept of list clear here? Yes, everyone, right? I have intentionally used these single quotes and double quotes here, right? I have intentionally used these single quotes and double quotes because both are same and both are allowed, right? So there's no difference between these double quotes and single quotes. So everything is string here, right? Yeah, Raj, input function will be taken later. That's true. So Thamlika, there's a question. What do you mean by order collection? Basically means it basically means that in the order, in whatever order you add the values, the same order will be maintained in the list. This doesn't happen with this dictionary. Now, fine, everyone work on this. So I believe that everyone is familiar with the loops, and I will be requiring loops, to extract the values from the list or the tuples. I'll be, requiring the loops to, iterate through all the collections. So that's why I need loops first of all, right? And especially there are some people which I really care about when somebody says I'm a beginner. So it's really a alert for me to be, attached to the participants so that they can learn things also. All right, so here we're talking about the loops here. So here we have for loop and while loop mainly, right? We don't have do while loop here. So I'll be talking about the for loop here, right? Okay, so just bear with me, right? Just bear with me. Okay, so before that, I'm going to tell you about something called range function. This is a range function, right? It generates numbers from 0 to length minus 1, right? So the output of above function is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. So just get this, guys, right? So this is a range function, right? And what it does, it generates numbers, right? And by default, it starts from 0 and whatever number you're given till length minus 1. So what it is going to do, it is going to, generate this series, right? So this is its behavior. You need to understand the behavior. Now, as you have understood the behavior, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the expression to this x in. Now, what this expression basically means, this expression basically means that all the numbers will be assigned to x one by one, right? So all the numbers will be assigned to x one by one. So if the first value of x will be 0, right? It's like this. Now, for x in numbers, this expression basically means all the numbers are going to be assigned in x. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace that expression with this expression. This expression is same as this expression. The only thing is that you will not see these numbers getting extracted externally or on your screen. So this extraction is going to happen internally. You got it, guys, right? So this is how it goes like. Now this for loop demands this colon as part of its syntax in Python, right? So you're supposed to put a colon here. And in Python, the very important part, especially for beginners, we don't have curly brackets here, right? We don't have curly brackets in Python. What we have is something called indentation, right? Indentation. So what does indentation basically means? You can see it here, colon, enter. So you can see here that one tab is automatically taken here, right? See, one tab. It is not going to the beginning of the line, right? Like this. So this tab basically shows that I am within for loop, right? I am within for loop. So when I say print x, so what it is going to do, it is going to iterate through all the numbers. All the numbers from range function are going to assign to x, and it is going to print x. After every new assignment, the old value will be overwritten. So guys, can I ask you the output of this for loop? 0 to 9, right? 0 to 9. So you need to understand this thing, right? So this is called generator function. Generally, it is called generator function in Python. This is one of the concepts, but just telling you how it goes like. Okay. So I'll do it once again. See, when I press enter, you can see that it is following the tab. What basically means, it basically means that I'm within for loop. So if you want to come out of for loop, you need to press backspace. Everyone, backspace, right? Understand this thing, backspace. No, it can be negative, right? So it can be negative. Okay. It is consecutive, but we can change the sequence, right? So it's like 5, 10. So what does it means? It starts from 5, ends at n minus 1, right? So range function, it is going to generate numbers. It is going to start from 5, and always remember, guys, n minus 1. Now, if you want to give colon is a syntax. Saxena, there is a question from you that what is colon for? Colon is the syntax of Python, right? I'll just show you. Okay, see, uh, here we are talking about indentation, guys. Okay, I'm just going to give you a 2 minutes lecture on indentation. Okay. So when I say class car, or okay, for int I equals to 1, I less than equals to 10, I plus plus. Let's say some print I, right? Now this thing and this thing both are same. for x in range 10, print x. Observe the indentation, right? We cannot put curly brackets here, right? We cannot put curly brackets, right? And if you want to understand indentation more further, I'll give you example like this: A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay. Everyone, observe this, observe the indentation. In this example, you need to observe who is within who, right? So who is enclosing itself within whom, right? You need to understand this thing. So here, this is A. Now, because B has an indentation from left, that basically means that B is within A. And this C is within the indentation of B, right? And this D is also in the same indentation. So this means this C and D are within B. E is at the indentation of A, and F is not without an indentation. So F is outside A. So guys, can I ask you, who are the children of A? Okay, yes. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So I can see the responses. Everything is going good. Direct children of A is B and E. Good, good. And who are the direct children of B? Direct children of B? CD, absolutely. And can I ask you, who are the root values here? Who are the root values? Root values. A and F, true. A and F, yes. That's absolutely true. I can see the response in the chat window, and I can assure you that 99.9% people are answering right. That's true. Thank you. Okay. So this is going good. This is going good. I hope everybody is understood with this for loop, right? And we can customize it further. But for better customization, I encourage you to go with the while loop. So in the next demo, I'm going to show you the while loop here, right? So let's say we have something called meter. Meter equals to 1, while meter less than equals to 10, colon. Once again, guys, you need to observe the syntax, right? So stick to syntax. Stick to syntax. That's what you are supposed to do, right? While meter is less than equals to 10, print meter is meter, meter plus equals to 1. Okay. Now observe everyone. I'm for getting out of the loop, I'm going to press backspace. For getting out of the loop, I'm going to press backspace. See, right now I'm out of the loop. Print while loop finished. Okay, shift enter. Observe the thing, guys. Observe the behavior. Observe the behavior. Observe the indentation, right? How it is working. Observe the behavior and observe the indentation. The meaning of meter plus equals to 1 is meter equals to meter plus 1, right? So what we are doing, we are basically incrementing the value of meter. If we don't do that, meter will not reach 10 in its life cycle. So it will be infinite loop because meter will always remain 1, right? So there's a question from AL, what is plus equals to, right? So it's like append, kind of. Asim, you said meter plus plus, but unfortunately, meter plus plus is not plus plus, that is unary operator, which is not supported in Python. So we don't have plus plus here. Instead of that, we do plus equals to. Okay, everyone, participants, can I confirm, is this syntax of a while loop is clear to all of you? I'll give you some one more example here, right? I'll give you one more example here. I'll take an example of, let's say, accept 3 numbers and add them all, right? So here in this demonstration, I'm going to show you how you can accept 3 numbers and I can add them all, right? So Optic, as per your statement, meter equals to plus is not valid. It should be meter plus equals to. So here I'm just going to give you one more example here. Uh, sum equals to 0 or total I'll take. Okay. For count in range 3. So here you can observe that this is going to generate 0, 1, 2, and count is going to be 0, 1, and 2. I'm not using count. Num equals to input, enter a number. So you can see here, I'm accepting the number from a user. And if you remember that whatever we input from a user is by default in string form or in character form. So we need to convert that in string form into integer form. That's why I am using integer function here, right? Because strings cannot be added, right? Okay. So whatever I'm going to input is going to inside num. So I'll just show you, right? Just like this, 10, 20, 30. See, it asked me for input 3 times, right? Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the number in total, right? I'm just keeping it simple, everyone, right? So whatever number I'm going to accept is going to store inside total, right? And then see, observe guys, I'm going to press backspace for getting outside of the loop because right now there is one indent from the left. Right now there is one indent from the left, so that means I'm within the loop, right? So I'm gonna press backspace. Print total is total. So let's show you how it is working. Then, okay, I'm going to take 2. I'm going to take 2 once again. I'm going to take 2 once again. So it says 2 plus 2 plus 2 is 6, like that. Okay. So guys, this was a small demonstration on how we can use loop for solving our daily problems. We generally use loops for values for activities which keeps on repeating or which are recurring, right? So for those kind of scenarios, we can use loops here. So guys, just wanted to confirm, is this concept clear till here? If you answer question is like indented for loop, so yeah, keep on indenting, right? For x in range 10, right? For y in range 10, right? So keep on indenting, right? Just keep on indenting. So you can see a nested for loop, how it is going like, right? So just telling you. Okay. Now I'm just proceeding further, right? And while I'm doing the practicals, your question will be automatically answered. Just allow me, right? Manish, in that case, it is good to go with the list as per your question. All right. So coming back to the list, guys, right? Coming back to the list, there are a lot of questions which are coming on the way. Okay. When you're reading the data sets, right? So generally you get all the values from those huge data sets in the form of list, tuples, or dictionaries. So you need to cope up with these data structures. And with the coming practicals, we'll have a lot of loop demonstrations once again. All right. So guys, coming back to this thing, right? Creating a list. So as I have given you here, we have a list here, fruits. I hope everybody is active till here, right? Okay. So we have a list here. It contains some elements here: apple, mango, banana, and cherry, right? And I've printed the list here. So this is fruits. So it is printing. But you can see here that if I print this output, it is not user friendly, right? Because it is containing some codes here, it is containing the square brackets here. So I cannot show this output to the user, because when you are giving the output to the user, the same output, he will be confused exactly why I'm getting all these codes and square brackets. So let's print the values of a list, right? So printing the values of a list, right? So I'm going to show you exactly how you can print the values of a list in a friendlier way, right? So how you can do that. For that, I'm going to use for loop once again, right? So here, for loop to the rescue, guys. So I'm going to, item in fruits, right? So see guys, just observe this syntax here. What this for loop is going to do is, it is going to extract all the values from fruits, and that too one by one, right? One by one. It's going to extract the values from the loop one by one. And it is going to, assign the values to the item object. And don't get confused if I say X here, F here, or item here, right? So the variable name can be anything. Don't get confused. It's just a holder, right? It's just a holder. And then I'm going to print the item here, right? Just to confirm that it is printing individually. So I've added input function, right? This is just a pause to show you that it is happening one by one, right? See, apple, mango, banana, and cherry. Can you see that, right? So it is happening one by one. And without that, okay, my kernel just got crashed. Let me restart it. I'll just restart, right? I stopped getting output actually. All right, let's see. Okay. Okay, just a moment, guys. I'll just recreate. Okay, so here it goes like. Okay, so it is done, right? So can you see the for loop here, how it is being used here for extracting the values of a list? Everyone, just confirm me, guys. Is it clear what is happening here? See guys, you need to visualize that all the values will be assigned to item object one by one, right? It will not happen in front of your eyes. It happens in memory. You just need to have that visualization in your brains that, okay, that's how it behaves like. So guys, here, why we are sitting here? We are sitting here not only to learn, but to understand the behavior, right? You need to understand behavior as well. Okay, so I'll just proceed further. Okay, I have a question here, right? I'll just Anant, you asked me that do we have to use input? Anant, you don't have to use input, right? Because when I'm using a for loop, it suddenly it prints the values all of a sudden, like it's a bang, right? So just wanted to show you the behavior sequentially, right? Okay, see, it is assigning. See, it is printing. It's printing. It's printing. So that's why for that pause I used input. That's just a demonstration to show you, right? So it's not at all. You're not required to use it. Yes, Ravindra, can word item be replaced by any other word? Yes, it can be. List can be edited, right? So basically, or list is mutable. What does it mean? So I'm just going to show you here, right? So let's say fruits at one index we have mango, and I'm going to change the value of one index from mango to, let's say, peach. Right? I hope that is a fruit. Yeah, hi Madhuri, item is just a placeholder. Yeah, we can use any variable, right? So it can be X, Y, Z, A, B, C, right? So a lot of, whatever. Okay. So guys, am I successful, right? Did I change the index one value? Yeah, okay, yes. Yes, I can change, right? So this is something which is beautiful, right? So this is beautiful. So that's how, we work, right? That's how we edit, right? And I'm going to show you a more detailed explanation here, right? I'll just proceed further. As I told you in the beginning, that I'll be doing a list comprehensively. So let's go further, right? All right. Yeah. So here, let's do some more action and list. All right. Okay. So here, guys, creating a blank list, right? Okay. Yeah, Kishore, I'm going to answer your question, right? I'm going to answer your question. Creating a blank list here, right? So I have a list here called colors. See how beautiful is that? That's how we create a blank list, right? Colors equals to square bracket. So this is a blank list here. So if I print colors here, I'm not going to see anything apart from that square bracket. So this is something that I have till now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, call a function called append, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add read here. So append is a function, right? Used to add values. Right? It's a function used to add values in a list, right? So if I do, now you can see that it is showing me the values, right? So it is able to show me the values in a list. So you can see that I've added the colors. Now let's add some more colors here. Append, let's say green. So it is going to add green in the list and append blue. So it is going to append blue here. And I'm going to print it here so you can see here. So just now what we have learned about a function called append. Append is a function which is used to remove the value, oh sorry, append the values, like that. Yeah, Raj, there's a question from Raj. He says that what is the difference between append and extend, right? So I'm just going to answer this question. And the question says that what is the difference between append function and extend function? So let's see it here. More colors. So here we have one more list here, more colors, and I'm going to add, let's say, cyan, and the beautiful one, teal, and the pink, and finally maroon, right? So we have more colors here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call a function called extend, right? More colors. Oops, colors, right? I'm missing S here. What extend does, see, extend function is used to add list in a list, whereas append is used to add a value, a scalar value, right? Can you see here, right? So I've added the extend, right? We have learned append, we have learned extend. Now what we can do is colors dot insert one index. I'm going to push here something beautiful, so that should be black colors. So you can see here at one index, I'm able to push a color, and that is black. So yeah, we have one more function called insert. You know what insert does? Insert adds a value at a given index, right? So it's like that. So insert adds a value at a given index. So we have three ways of adding the values. We can use append, we can use extend, and we can use insert, right? So generally, I try to stick to one or two methods, for the same particular activity. But we have, n number of things. But generally it confuses the participants who are new or who are the beginners. So, in case if you can understand one out of three, that really will work, right? It will work. Fine. And you need to give time, right? You're supposed to give time to these concepts to, get into your brain, or, get into the functioning mode, right? Yes, Arvind, can we insert multiple values at the same time using insert? You can add a list. You can supply a list in the insert function for adding multiple values. So guys, just wanted to confirm, is everything is going okay? Is there any nausea feeling? I'll proceed further. Wait a bit. I'll proceed further. I'm going to, add a new notebook here. So more activities on list here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, create some more demonstrations here. Just be with me, right? So this time I'm going to, colors, right? And I'm going to create a list here: red, green, blue, orange, teal, and cyan. Right. Okay. Now in this demonstration, let's say if you want to remove something, right? colors.remove. So I'm going to remove red, and if I print the color, so you can see here that the red has been removed, right? Can you see that? Right, so we can do that. So colors.remove, right? So it's for removing the values. And apart from that, we can do colors.pop, right? Once again, pop removes the values last and first out kind of thing, remember? Cyan, right? Colors. So it basically removes, right? You can see here, the, the sign is not anymore in the list. Okay. Does that remove all the matches? No, it searches for the first occurrence, right? Okay. Getting the length of list here. So print the length of list is, I'm going to use the similar function, that is colors here. You can see here the length of remove is the length of colors is 4. Mazhar, you cannot do like that, right? So you need to use a loop for that, for your question. Yes, we can remove color, right, by index. So for that, remove object via index. I'm going to use del colors, del 1, sorry, colors 10 colors. You can see here, I'm using a keyword called del, right? So this basically asks for the index, right? And so I've removed the green one. It follows the same array, same array terminology that all the values start from, the first value starts from 0 index, right? So it's like that. So when I print the colors after deleting the 0 index value, you can see that I'm no longer getting the green, right? I'm getting the color blue, right? Like that. Okay. Guys, there are a lot of questions which are coming, right? So let me not lose the balance of the flow. Let me not lose the balance of the session, right? So I don't want to go random suddenly, right? So let's follow the sequence here. Definitely, I'll be answering your questions. Nagaraj, the rollback is not supported, right? It's not supported. Guys, I just wanted to confirm everyone. So like, are we okay till here, everyone? Are you getting exactly how to do various operations? Okay, that's good. Thank you, everyone. Okay, that's great. Okay, I encourage that in case if you can do the practicals parallelly, it will be a great help, right? It will be a great thing, but sometimes it may slow down, right? It's fine. Thank you, Noble. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Okay, I'm going to tell you about the in operator, right? In operator. If orange in colors, print wow, found orange, else not in. So there's something called n operator, right? So n is basically used in for as well, and n is used for checking the existence of a given value in a given list. So what this expression basically means? This expression basically means that we are checking whether the value orange is present in the colors list or not. Here's the list. Here's the values of colors. So when I hit enter, so it says orange found. So because obviously orange is there, right? So it's like that. So we can use the in operator, right, for that. So can we read the values in the list using a for loop? Yes, Srikanta, we have already done that. Just for your revision, I'm going to do this, right? So see how we have read all the values from the list. Apart from that, it supports if item equals to orange, right? Great. So it supports all those keywords that you have learned. Like we have continue, we have break. So we can do that, right? We can do this. Okay, so there's a question from Sanjay. He says that can we count the number of duplicate values? Yes, we can do that, right? So for that, I'm going to give you another demonstration. So count number of values, right? So for that, I'm just going to give you another demonstration. So in this case, I'm going to take, let's say, fruits once again, right? Let's stick to the same examples: apple, mango, cherry, and apple once again, right? Okay, fruits dot count apple. So we have something called count function here, everyone, right? So this was asked by one of the participants, like, can we count the values, right? He said duplicate, but let's see. So we have count function here, and count basically is going to ask you what value you want me to count in a given list. So I said apple. So here we have apple repeated twice. So the answer is 2, like that. So we can do that. So Sanjay, I hope this is going to answer your question, right? Okay, thank you, Sanjay. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to give you one more demonstration. Finally, let's say here, dynamic memory, right? So dynamic addition, right? So many participants ask me, like, can we add values dynamically in a list or not, and how we are going to do that. Vinith, there's a question from you that why some functions have syntax variable dot function. Vinith, the thing is that in Python, everything is an object of some class, right? So we don't have, some structures or, non-object members here, right? Everything is an object of some class. So that's why what you're thinking as a variable is not a variable, it's a function. So that's why we can call, sorry, it's an object, it's an object. So once again, we need what you're thinking of as a variable is not a variable, it's an object of some class. So basically, we are calling a function from an object, right? It's like that. For AI, for that you need to apply the code logic here. You need to apply some algorithm for finding the specific without specifying the values, right? So it will be difficult for me to apply the same logic because it's going to consume a lot of time, and I'm still pending with some more topics to cover, right? I hope you'll be able to do that with some basic programming. Okay. So guys, in this demonstration, I'm going to show you exactly how you can use a list to dynamically add the values. And what I'm going to do is, uh, okay, shopping list. So I'm going to create a shopping list here, right? So here we have a list here which is blank, and this is a cart, right? And it is blank. I'm going to run a loop here for finite number of times, right? So this is a finite number of times. You can design a loop which runs infinitely, right? So that is also possible using a while loop also. So I'm going to, product. I'm going to accept enter your choice. I'm going to, accept the product detail from here, right? And I'm going to append that product in my cart. So guys, observe here, everyone, what I've done. I'm going to run this loop 5 times. That means I'm willing to accept 5 inputs from the user. Initially, I've created a blank list, right? And I'm going to accept input from the user. Whatever the user is going to enter is going to be stored inside product. And whatever the value is in product is going to be appended or added into the cart, right? So this is the master line, right? This is the master line. You need to observe this. Yeah, both are same topic as per your question. Both are same. And I'm going to press backspace for coming out of the loop. So print user has added length cart. So this makes sense, isn't it? So don't you think that this statement makes sense? And I'm using a length function here for getting the length of, or for getting the number of values in a card. So user has added number of values that I'm retrieving using the length function in the cart, right? Okay. Print following are the values, are the products. So what are the products user has added? So for item in cart, print item. So it is going to print all the items here. No, it will not give out of bound error AI. It will not give. Right? It's dynamic in nature. So guys, I'm going to proceed further and I'm going to show you output. Then I'll ask you if you have any doubts, right? So see, this loop is running for the first time. Enter your choice is coming here. /n is for line break. Whatever I'm going to enter is going to be stored inside product, and that product is going to be added in the cart. So it's like this. So let's say we have Dell laptop, right? Enter choice. So this time, let's say hi, I have OnePlus. Oops, I added T. Okay, so enter choice the third time. So this time I'm going to have, let's say, Philips music player. This time I'm going to have, let's say, okay, M-Brain power bank. And finally, right, so finally what we can have what we can have Casio edifice, right? So this is going to be, adding in the cart. And what it says, user has added 5 items. That's absolutely true. And following other products, the laptop, OnePlus, Philips, M-Brain, Casio edifice. So this shows, a kind of shopping cart simulation. And thanks to the list, right? Thanks to the list, because list is dynamic in nature and list supports various data types, and I can add values, right? Is it possible to show options as enter choice 1, enter choice 2? Yes, it is possible. You can simply write here, you can simply write here x plus 1, right? So, and so it is going to, print enter choice 1, enter choice 2, like that, right? So that's how it goes like. Okay. So guys, in that case, if len product, there's a question like from Sanjay Kakkar. He says that can we put some kind of constraint that no blank to be inputted, right? Like that. So in that case, we can put a condition like this. So if the length of product is 0, that means the user has entered blank. Simply continue, right? Don't append the value in the card. So I hope that answers your question, Sanjay. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. We can do that, right? We can do whatever you want, guys. But in the beginning sessions, generally I try to create a strong foundation, and customization something that I'm willing to do, right? Once the strong foundation has been laid. Suptik says, is list exactly same as array? No, right? When we talk about general arrays are something which are rigid about their data types, right? Array do not allow multiple data types in their collection, whereas list allows multiple data types in the same list, right? So you can add integers, strings, both at the same time. Arrays are length bounded, means like once you define the length of your array, you cannot reinitialize it or extend it or squeeze it, but we can do this thing in list. So these are some of the differences that we have between arrays and list. There are more, but I'm just keeping the pace, just saving my some minutes and hours for my upcoming topics. So Soptek, I hope this answers your question. Yeah, we can do list comprehension today, right? Nivas, we can do that. Okay. Thank you, everyone, right? Okay, Ramesh says list and list example. All right. We can do that, right? So like list and list, right? So how we can do that? So I'm going to, household items equals to TV, refree, chair, geyser, and then we have, let's say, a table, and let's say we have lamp. So in that case, for X for list in house underscore items for item in list. Print item. See, Ramesh, just for you, right? Okay, Ramesh has had a question. He's asked me that how you can, work on a list within a list. So just try to do something here. So when you're working on list in a list, basically, you're supposed to do a nested loop so that you can extract. In the first loop, you extract the list, and in the second loop, you extract the items from the list, right? Say, I got list. Okay. Okay, thank you, Ramesh. You can see here, right? So what you're getting in the list, first of all, right? In case if you're not understood, right? If in case if you're not understood what you are getting for the first time. So I got what? See, TV, refrigerator, chair. So you got the whole list, right? You got the whole list. And then from this list, from this whole list, you are extracting the items, right? So it is TV, refrigerator, and chair. So that's how these two loops are being used. Avyankush is asking me, can we have auto prompt to avoid typing mistakes? So it's like this, house. Okay, and come on. Okay, that's here. So in order to avoid typing mistakes, what we can do is we can simply write some initial letters like this, and we can press tab in our keyboard, and boom, like that. So that's how we can autocorrect, right? So the master key is tab key, right? After typing some initial letters. So guys, I hope everyone is up and alive, right? So can I see some responses, right? So guys, how is the Josh right now? Let's see. In the list, you can update a list as an item, but you can update individual string, right? The memory value. So when we talk about immutable and mutable, we don't talk about the values. It's about the updations in the memory, right? So in strings or even in list, a new memory is allocated. So that's how it becomes immutable or mutable. Okay, here's the question. This is highlighted because list is actually a built-in keyword or a function. So that's why it is highlighted. I should not be using some built-in keywords, but those are allowed sometimes, or mostly actually. So Surisha, your concern is right. So we can, change it to some other variable like X or Y. Thank you. Everyone is helping me, right? So guys, in case if you can answer the questions in the chat window, please do so. That will help me in covering more topics here. Let's proceed further. Okay. I'm going to show you some more demonstrations here on tuples now because I'm low on time. Please allow me to proceed further, right? And I hope everybody, guys, I'm just going to take help from my last session. Do you remember that when I told you about the Python strings, I told you some expressions like this, right? All these expressions are possible in list as well, right? All these expressions are possible. Yeah, true, slicing. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. All these expressions are possible and in list as well and behaves in the same way. So I request everyone here to please experiment and try all the expressions in the list as well, and they will behave the same way and you'll see the same output, right? So just have this thing in your mind as a you can say assignment, or you can say the activity to be done later, right? Okay, thank you everyone for your active cooperation. Now here I'm going to proceed further with tuples, guys. This is tuples, right? Tuples are collections only, but read only, right? So tuples are collections only, but read only. So suppose I have example called days, Sunday, Monday, and then we have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and the very beautiful day, Saturday. All right, so it's here days. See, This is a tuple. What is the identification, guys? The parenthesis here. This is the identification. If you want to see technically, I can show you technically as well. See what it says. In the last session, I told you about the type function. Remember, type function is basically used to check the type of particular object. So it is tuple. Now, what is the problem with tuple? The problem with tuple is that you cannot edit the values, right? It's read only. So what it's like? So let's say days. I'm trying to change Sunday to fun day, right? So, okay, that was nice. So I'm trying to change Sunday to fun day. So let's see. Oops. You can see that here that tuple object doesn't support item assignment, right? So why we are getting this error? Because read only, right? We cannot edit the values, right? It's read only. Days dot. See, we don't have okay, this is a list, right? This is a list. So we don't have functions here in tuple. Can you see? We don't have append, we don't have extend, we don't have remove. Can you see that? Why? Because tuples is read only, right? Okay. So I'll simply yeah, I'll answer your question, AI. You say that we have list. Why do we need to use tuples, right? I'll answer you that. Okay. Thanks. Okay. So the question is, why tuples when beautiful list is there? So here is the answer, guys. Right. Here is the answer. Right. For study value declaration, that's true. It is faster. Amit, you are absolutely right. Tuples are generally faster, but read only can be a constraint. No, Himadri, that's not right. Right. To fix the values, I'll give an example here. Right. So suppose we have a shopping portal, right? Right. So we have a shopping portal. Let's say it can be Amazon.in. Let's say, right. Okay. So here you are required to develop application, right, for internal team to add, modify, and update products, for affiliates to sell products. It can be, there can be example of, let's say, okay, which website does that thing, right? So let's say some xyz.com. Okay. So guys, if you observe this scenario here, right? So let's say, just giving us some simple example so that you can understand, right? Obviously, at the production, this is not exactly does fits, but it will clear the concept here, right? Okay, we cannot sort tuple, nothing. We cannot, right? We can sort list, but we cannot sort tuple. Those are read only. We can sort tuple when we convert tuple into list, and then we can sort, right? So this is possible. So guys, just coming to this example. Okay, what should be the type of products? So you have a shopping portal, Amazon.in, right? And you are required to develop applications for your internal team, right? Your Amazon team, where the Amazon team is able to add, modify, and update products, and to your affiliates, where the products will be sold. But obviously, the affiliates are not supposed to do any manipulation or modifications in the products. So in what form you are going to deliver the data, right? So the question is that in what form you are going to deliver the data to different teams here. So the question is, what should be the type of what should be the type of products in that case? Yeah, Piyush, that's what I'm trying to say here, right? So in case if you want that security constraint, right? If security feature. So if you are giving the products to your internal team, right, so that they can update and modify the products, in that case, I suppose that you must use list in that case. So when you use list, so you can update the products. But affiliates, right? Affiliates are people who are external, right? Who are aliens. So aliens are not supposed to do any intervention with the the property of Amazon. So in that case, the affiliates must be given tuples in that case. So this is one of the example, right? Just to clear you exactly what can be the scenario where a list is good and what can be the scenario where the tuples are good, right? Softly, that's absolutely true. Thank you. So guys, is the situation or the context clear about the usage of these two? Sanjay, there is no difference as such, but tuples are internally faster because of no manipulation. So it's going good. I'll proceed further. And all the conventions are same, right? For D in days, print D. So you can see here the conventions are same, right? Tuples are heterogeneous, that's true. Because tuples are allocated fixed memory and no changes are allowed. So the traversal means the visiting of elements is faster in that case. Items equals to ABC. A, B. Items 0. A equals to Z. Items. See, Salai, what we have done here as per your questions, right? I can edit the items of a list in a tuple, right? I can edit the items list. That's true because it is the nature of list that those are editable. But if you you cannot you cannot modify the whole list here, right? The concern is not about updating the individual list. The concern is about updating the whole item here. So let's say if I try to do like this. Items 0, right? Okay. This is going to update the same thing. See, it updated the list, right? It updated the list, but I'm not able to update the zero index value, right? Can you observe this? I cannot update the zero index value. It is updating the list only. So still it remains uneditable. All right. Yes, Mazhar, it accepts the data of any data type. Number of followers is directly the number of. Thank you, Saleh. Thank you very much. So guys, there is nothing more that can be done in tuples, right? There is nothing more. And I'll do some few more things here. Okay. Okay. My days equals to list days, right? And here you can see that I've converted right. You can see that I've converted a tuple into a list using the list function. And now I can make the changes in the individual elements, right? Not in the whole list I'm talking about in case of tuples. And finally, the sorting method is also there. Okay. T equals to. Okay. What happened to this? D. And I'm trying to sort the list, right? So this was something which was missing in the list demonstration. Why is it saying? Okay, okay, got it. My days dot sort, and then my days. Is it okay? SWFMSTT. Yeah, sorted. Great. So you can see that the list has been sorted as per the first character of the list, right? So this was something which was pending from the list demonstration. So thankfully I got to cover it. And there's a question from Nivas. What is the meaning of nested loops? So Nivas, the nested loops basically means a loop within a loop, right? So if you create a loop within a loop, it's called nested loop. Okay. So shall we proceed further, guys? Is everything clear till here? Yeah, sorted is also true. Richa, your is also good. Right. Okay, thank you, Subrat. Thank you. We are getting closer to the end of session, right? And I hope everybody is, learning things here. Okay, fruits equals to apple, mango, banana, and cherry. Right? There are a lot of questions about sorting, so I'm just taking the sorting part. Sort fruits. I think it goes cool, right? Everyone, you can see the things are sorted now, right? Might be I must have used some upper and lower case characters previously. So because of that, that confusion came. But with this example, the sorting must be clear. Yeah, true, Ashwin, true. So guys, I'm just proceeding further. I'm assuming that everyone has understood, right? And I hope my assumption is okay with the mass. It is a little difficult for for me to answer all the questions in the given period of time, but I'll try my best to be maximum as possible as I can. Okay. Now in the next demonstration, I'm going to demonstrate the dictionaries part here. Okay, dictionary guys, dictionary is one of my favorite topics here. Dictionary is basically is used to manage keys and values. So this is how we use dictionaries to manage the keys and values. Thank you, Rajesh, for that GK, right? Thank you. Okay, let's proceed further. Okay, everyone. So here we have a dictionary, right? Print lang, and here it goes like. So it's beautiful, a dictionary, right? We have a lot of dictionaries here, and in further demonstrations, you'll be learning how to manage the keys and values separately and how to go through the keys and values, right? So I'll just try to add one more. Okay, let's go through the loop here, right? So let's see, when we iterate through a loop, right? When we iterate through a dictionary specifically, what we get in the item, right? So you need to understand the behavior, guys. Right? Okay. Print item. So let's see what we get, guys. 1, 2, and 3. Let's get started. So, guys, any idea what we get by default here? So, are we getting the keys or the values? That's true. Keys. True. So, guys, you need to understand the behavior, right? Understand the behavior exactly. How code behaves, right? So we are not here only to learn code. We are here to understand the behavior of Python, right? So understand the behavior. That's the thing that we are supposed to learn here. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Okay, now one more expression. Okay. One more expression. So this time I'm going to do lang cn. Let's see what it does. Let's understand this expression. Oh, it returns the value. So what I'm going to do is for key in lang, right? Print key. So you can see here it is printing the key. What if I use that key like this according to the above expression? According to the above cell expression, right? This expression, what if I use that key like this? Right? So I think this makes sense, isn't it? So this makes sense here. So this time, don't get confused, guys. Any name can be here. It's just variable, right? So don't get confused if I use lang or if I use a key like that. So it's one and the same thing. Okay, so it is printing the values here, right? So it's like that. So if I do like this, right? So key. So guys, can you answer me exactly what is the expected output this time? E in English, key in value, that's true. FR French, E in English, and so on, that's true. Ravindra, I need to verify your right. Just be with me, right? I'll try my best. Thank you, everyone. Right, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Okay, this is beautiful, right? This is beautiful. It is going good. Now, in the next demonstration, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a standard way of retrieving the key and values both. Right. So let's look at the standard way of calling the keys and values, right? So how we do that? So in that case, what we are going to do is for key comma v, that is key comma value, right? It's like that. In lang.items, right? There's a function called items, right? what item does, it returns the key and value both, right? It returns a key and value both. So a list cannot be a key, right? So if they ask me, can key be a list? Can key be a list or a collection? A key has to be immutable. A key cannot be immutable, right? So it's like constraint. Coming back to the items function. So this function, the items function, returns key comma value. So as per the expression, the key and value is supposed to be stored inside k and v. So if I print k comma v, so you can see here, it is printing the same thing, right? So it's like that. So here we have successfully, completed this part. We have extracted the value, and we have printed the value. And okay, just wanted to confirm, guys. Uh, uh, are you? What you can do is, like, if you want to add some more values, you can simply put this line lang, let's say TL equals Telugu, right? And simply lang. So you can see that the Telugu has been added in the dictionary. So you can use this expression to add the value, right? Add the values in dictionary later, right? So in case if you're interested, adding some more values. And one more thing, guys. Okay, I'll give you some example here. Let's say if we have a table, right? So if we have a table, how to use list, right? So if you have a table, let's say 1 Ram manager, 2 Sham programmer. So let's imagine that we have a table here in some RDBMS, right? And this is a table called employee, right? And how are you going to represent this thing in Python? So in Python representation would be like employee 1 Ram manager, and then the second row will be added like 2 Sham, and he's a programmer. So guys, you can see here that how list is comfortably and perfectly suits the structure of a table in RDBMS, right? So things make better sense when you use them with something that is there in production environment, or that is there in the real life sense kind of thing, right? So when you are into let's say object-oriented programming with me, right? So when you will be learning object-oriented programming, so things will make more sense, right? So how things like tuple, list, or dictionary gonna fit better with examples, right? So just give you a small example here with this RDBMS structure, assuming that you are aware of RDBMS and tables. So you can easily understand that how this Python list DS helps in fitting that data, right?
Now, if you're watching this, you probably love Python and coding. But have you ever thought about taking your skills to the next level? Introducing the postgraduate program in Data Science and AI by IIIT Bangalore, brought to you by upGrad. This isn't just another course, it's a game changer for your career. Here's what makes it special. You'll earn a prestigious certification from IIIT Bangalore, a leader in tech education. Don't wait, enroll now and start your journey to becoming a data science and AI expert. Click the link in the description to find out more about it.
In today's session, guys, the agenda is, the OOP essentials, right? So we'll be talking about the object-oriented programming today, which is one of the important factor, right? One of the important factor in coding constructions or application development. We'll be talking about the functions and, and their types, right? What kind of functions we have available in Python. Then we have, the classes and objects. We have already been, all right, we have not been working with class and objects. So in today's session, we will learn how to work with the classes and objects, and then there are exercises and summary. I think that's it. All right, so I'll take care of that later. Fine. So, okay. So as you can see here, guys, in my next slide. So what I have here, right? So in my slide, you can see that I've simply, instead of keeping any theoretical part here, so I'm just simply, keeping the labs here in priority, right? Because what I have been observing is that this
cohort requires more of the practicals compared to the text theory, right? So that's why I have not included the theoretical content here, right? So I just encourage the participants, once you have mastered the concepts with me, right, please go through the over the internet or some preparatory sessions recording, so you'll find the technical definitions. OOP, right? So what does OOP means, right? So let me take example here. All right. Okay, so here I'm going to use. Okay, that was a drawing from my yesterday session. Okay, so here it goes, guys. Okay, so here it is OOP, right? OOP. So remember, it's not OOPS, right? It's not OOPS, right? So most of the people, many of the people, maybe you know, defining this term as OOPS or OOPS. So it's not. It's only OOP, right? So first of all, what I'm going to do here in the first 15 or 20 minutes, I'm going to create a plot here, right? I'm going to create a plot here. When I say plot, plot basically means the context understanding, right? So we need to understand the context. Okay, fine. So can I confirm, right? So can I confirm, right? If you observe, right? So if you observe in real world, right? So if you observe the current trends, right? So I'm talking about the applications and softwares, right? So both are the same thing actually, but let's take an example here. I'm talking about the applications and softwares. Listen to me carefully, guys, right? I'm just creating the context here. So if we talk about the applications and softwares, right? So can we say that the computers are, so in general term, right? So when I say computers or applications, right, are replacing human work, right? Can I say this, right? So do you agree with this term, guys? Right? The computers or applications are replacing the human works. Do you agree with this? All right. Great. Thank you for your confirmation, right? So the training strategy, the learning strategy is that we'll use our own brains to understand the context, right? So we'll justify the statements according to what is being discussed here. So nowadays, let's say computers and applications are replacing the human work here. So the work which was earlier done by humans, right? Nowadays these are done by applications, right? Okay. Now the work which was earlier done by humans, now it is done by applications, right? So let's take an example of a cashier, right? Let's take an example of a cashier. So what cashier does, right? A cashier, right, can help a user with the withdrawal. A cashier can help a user with the deposit, let's say, right? So you will agree with this term that in banks generally, if we talk about the human context, so the cashier does two operations, right, which helps the users, right, to withdraw their money and to deposit their money. Now, if we take an example of a machine, let's say an ATM machine, right? So you must be aware that we have an advanced ATM machine where we can withdraw and deposit both the things, right? We can do withdrawal and deposit here, right? Isn't it? So there are some ATMs where withdrawal and deposit both are possible at the same time, right? What means in the same machine. Now, here, there was a human which was doing the task, and there is an application which is doing the same task. Now, if I proceed further, okay, if I proceed further with this explanation, right? So, like what I learned from this example, what I want to make you learn from this example is that applications, applications can mimic human behavior, right? Applications can mimic human behavior. So, guys, do you agree with this term, right? Can applications mimic human behavior? Whether it is insurance sector, whether it is telecom sector, whether it is banking sector. So, what applications are doing? They are mimicking human behavior. So, if we follow the, a real world example of, let's say, a high level example of, let's say, hardware and software. So, you'll find the robots, right? What robot is exactly? Robot is the human representation. It's you can say, what do you call that? There is a term for this, impersonation probably, right? So it's just like mimication, right? Mimicking, right? So that's what the word I want to use here. Yeah. So now the question is that, right? Now the question is that how applications can do or can solve real life problems, right? So that is the question here. So how applications can solve real life problems, right? Okay. Now, so according to the previous example, withdrawal is I'll not, okay, I'm using a wrong word here actually. Real world challenges, that is the right word, apologies for that. So how applications can solve real life challenges, right? So withdrawal, according to the previous example, withdrawal is one of the challenge and deposit is one of the challenge. Earlier it was done by human, now it is done by ATM. So that is an application. Now if you want to, right, so if you, right, if you want to mimic, right, if you want to mimic a real uh, okay, sorry, I'm using the wrong statement once again. So if you want your applications, right? So if you want your application to behave or represent human behaviors, right? So if you want your application to behave like a human, let's say, or like respond like a human, right? So according to the challenges, present the relevant output properly, right? So you need to learn certain principles, right? You need to learn certain principles here. So that is the point here, right? So if you want your application to behave exactly or solve exactly the real world problems, right? So I'm just using another term, solve a real world, once again, challenges, right? So if you want your application to solve real world challenges, right, so you need to apply certain principles, right? Apply certain principles, right? Principles into your programming, right? Principle, apply certain principles in your programming, right? So those principles are given a single term, and that is called object oriented programming, right? So that is called object oriented programming here. Or in simple words, we call it OOP. So what is the point here? The point here is that, so when if somehow, right, if I make you understand exactly how to, I mean, first of all, what are OOP principles, right? What are these terms, and how to implement these principles in your programming so that you can solve the real world, right? So I'll give an example here of a real world problem here, right? So for example, suppose I'm really sorry, I'm really bad at the designing. Still, I'm learning how to, see, this is going to be really bad. I don't know how I'm going to, do this. So this is something. Okay. So sorry, guys. All right. So you might be wondering what that creature is. Wofo, it's not meow meow meow. Hemant. Okay. So this is a dog actually, right? Yeah. So so this is a dog, guys, right? So I'm really bad at designing, right? Okay. So this dog is actually barking, right? So this dog is actually barking, right? Okay. So what this dog is barking, it says woof woof, right? So this is a okay, real life representation of something, right? So it's a real life representation of dog, right? So this is a real life representation of a dog. Okay. Now, can you code this above a picture? That is the point, right? So if somehow if you learn OOP, right? So as a summary, right? If you learn OOP, right? So if you learn OOP, so what you can do is that you can turn the above picture into code, right? So when I say you can turn the above picture into code, now what does it mean? What I'm trying to say here? Can you respond me exactly? Like if I say that if you learn OOP, you can turn the above picture into code. Now what I'm trying to say here? So if we learn OOP properly, right? So we can simply convert the above picture into into code. And what do I mean by that? It means that you guys, you developers, you the IT people can code anything real, right? So you guys can code anything real, right? So what does it mean? It means that if there is a challenge which is there in the real world, right? So let's say if there is a new company which is starting their manufacturing unit, and they're creating certain products, and for the automation of those products they need some applications. So in that company, right, in that manufacturing company, whatever the real challenges are, you can simply construct the real challenges into programming, you know uh, representation, and that is going to help you building better codes, right? So you can see here that in today's session, once again, right, so in today's session I'm talking about the construction of codes. Here I'm not talking about solving a problem, right? So in today's session I'm not aiming for solving a problem. No, I'm not aiming for solving any problem, right? And any output based problem, right? I'm not looking for any 2 plus 2 equals to 4. I'm not looking for any 4 kind of thing, right? The I'm looking for the principles that can help me in constructing better codes, right? So this is the agenda of today's session. So after this theoretical part, right, can I ask my participants, like, are you exactly clear why we need OOP principles in programming? Did you understand exactly what we are talking about here, everyone? Can I have the confirmations, right? Your confirmations will help me in delivering you better. Yeah, yeah, good, great, great, excellent. Okay, yeah, that's true for the construction of proper codes, right? So yes, Saroja Devi, I'll just tell you, right? I'll just repeat you once again. So in today's session, we are learning basically OOP. OOP are basically the principles that help you, real-time solutions, or that help you represent the real-world challenges in programming, right? So what are the principles of OOP, right? So when we talk about OOP, right? So there are certain characteristics of OOP. So here, the characteristics are class, object, right? There's something called encapsulation, and there's something called abstraction, right? There's something called polymorphism, and there is something called inheritance, right? So these are the fundamentals actually. So what does OOP consist of, right? What principles does this OOP consist of, right? So this OOP consists of mainly 6 principles here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the principles are classes, objects, encapsulation, abstraction, polymorphism, and inheritance, right? Now whenever let me tell you. So basically what these characteristics are, right? These characteristics are inspired, right? These characteristics are inspired from daily life, or routine life, or challenges, right? So whatever you understand. So what are these things, right? So I want to say to all of you is that, right? I want to say to all of you that these characteristics are inspired from our daily life. So you guys, right, you guys are the IT people, right? I'm also a human, right? So basically these characteristics exist in our daily life, right? So these are some technical terms, but these technical terms are constructed by the programming architects by looking at the human behaviors, and how humans solve their challenges, and how humans represent their challenges, right? So these terms are not ordinary terms, they are there in your life also, right? So as a programmer, right, as a programmer, right, as a programmer, you are supposed to understand these characteristics in your life and in coding, right? Right, so there are two contexts here, right? There are two contexts, right? The above mentioned characteristics are there with you. Now the very first phase is that where are these things with you? That is the first thing, because until unless if you don't understand what are these things with me, so you will not be able to code these behaviors in programming. So in today's session, right, so in the OOP session, I'm going to discuss about classes and objects, the very first two things here. And the second, I'm going to talk about the inheritance part here, right? So these things I've not included just because of the shortage of timing. But I hope that with the foundation of these three, you can cover these three later. Still, if you have any doubts or queries, you are most welcome to ask me, right? So within the given duration, I'll try my best to solve your queries as well. Now, the very first question, right? So this is the question for people, who are already having some sort of knowledge about the OOP programming. So we're going to discuss this thing, right? So my question to the people right here is, how do you define the classes and objects in your daily life, in your life? So where are these things around you? So my question to all of you, right? So those who have some sort of experience. Okay. So in order to understand, right, in order to understand this term here, right, so I agree with all of you, right? Most of the participants are, telling me the right thing here, but I'm going to make it more clear, right? So let's see what we have here, right? Okay. So, what I'm going to do is that I am, okay, fine. So before, okay, I'm just confusing myself. Yeah, before I start discussing the concept, right? So I want to tell all of you, especially, right, the way a programmer sees the world is a very different from how a common man sees the world. That's the first point that I want to say to all of you, right? So the perspective, right, the perspective or the view, right, the perspective or the view of a programmer is way different from how a common man think or sees the world. That's that. This is the sentence that I want to start with, and let's say exactly whether you are able to differentiate between your left hemisphere and the right hemisphere. Let's find out how it goes like. Okay. So I'm going to ask you two things there, right? So your choices, right? I'm going to say two statements to all of you, right? And your answer choices are yes and no. It doesn't matter what your answer is, but your choices are yes and no, right? So we're going to play a small fun game here. So let's get started and listen to the statements carefully. Ultimately, we'll land at what the class are and what the objects are, right? And it is going to be a little difficult for some people to grab the context, but let's see how it goes like. I'm very much sure that I'm going to have 90% plus consensus here. So rest 10 plus can discuss it with me, or they can just simply process the information right over the time. Okay. So here it goes like, so I'm going to say two such statements here. So my first question to all of you is, can you smell a flower? So what's your answer, guys? Can you just quickly respond me, guys? I want to see some quick responses here. Everyone, come on, come on. See, a generic question, right? I'm not asking you to simply bring a flower right now, right? Or please don't say that I don't have flower right now. Okay, so a generic question. Okay, so I've got good responses here, right, from the. All right, so my question to all the people here is that if you say, okay, that's ugly, right? So if you say flower is logical, my question to all the people who said yes, who can smell it, my question is, if the term or the entity flower is logical, how can you smell it? My question to you is this: why you said yes? You're saying that the term or entity flower is logical, and at the same time you're saying that the flower is logical and you can smell it. How? A generic version, Eric. I'm using a generic term here, right? So I'm not going into science of flowers. A simple generic flower. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, my question to all of you, right? So still there are some people who are still confused, right? So people who say that the flower is physical, right? So can I ask you, can you draw a picture of flower? And at the same time, can I ask you, if you compare the picture of rose and the picture of flower, please don't draw daisy on the name of flower. And please don't draw daisy on the name of flower. So can you draw a picture of flower? That is the question. That is the point, right? You cannot draw. You cannot. Some people, you see, I told you in the beginning, right? So it is going to put pressure on your left hemisphere and the right hemisphere. Yeah, it's generic. Okay. So, okay, I'll just finish this quick part here, right? The term or the entity flower is logical, right? So I'll call it in English, right? So for better understanding, I'll call it in English. We can call it a category, right? We can call it a category, right? So you can, when I say category, so in English you can observe that. Okay, think of anything, right? Think of any category. All the categories are logical. Think of any category. All the categories are logical. For example, let's say when I say continent, what do you think? Continent is physical? No, right? Continent is not physical. It's a category. Right? It's a logical thing, right? So when I say Asia, oh sorry, uh, Russia, right? I hope I may be bad at this example. Right? Russia is a continent, if I'm not wrong. If I'm wrong, please correct. Right? So this is a physical example of what continent. Okay, I'm very sorry. I need to learn the geography, but I need to stop this programming for some days. So Asia is a continent, right? Okay, thank you. We are having fun here, isn't it? So Asia is an example of a continent which is physical, but when we say the term continent, it is logical, right? So in the same way, the flower is logical and the rose is physical. So when you say you can smell flowers, that's actually wrong, right? You cannot smell a logical entity, right? So I hope you all will agree with this. And rose is physical, so yes, you can rose is physical, so definitely you can smell it, right? So that is the point here. Now if I proceed further, right? So let's take some more examples here, right? So let's take some more examples, right? What is the difference between in terms of logical and physical, right? Okay, in terms of logical and physical, can you see any differences in these two terms, right? Can you differentiate? Yeah, so can you just elaborate it? Can you just elaborate it? Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Great. Great. So, okay, in real world, let's take one more example here. So if we call it, let's say employee, you don't need to answer me, right? You simply look at this. And we have Rajesh here. Just identify the difference in being physical and being logical, right? Just identify the difference in what is logical and what is physical. So that is the question, right? So, okay, general question to all of you: who can work for the company? Can work for the company, or employee can work for the company? I'm having a mixed responses here, but mostly I'm getting the please do not please do not think of Rajesh can be anything, right? Rajesh is a representation of employee here, right? Rajesh is a physical representation of employee. So I'll call it. Okay, let me call it, right. So there are chances that participants may be drawing some better visualizations, right? So Rajesh is a physical representation of employee here, right? So especially specifically, right? Okay, who can work, right? So Rajesh can work. I'll tell you the reason, right? See, now the question is that why the logical things are given, right? The question is that why the logical and things or categories are given, right? Why the categories are given? Let me, explain you here, right? So why the categories are given, to describe the behavior, right? To describe the behavior of physical representation, to describe the behavior of physical representation. So when some people say class is a template or class is a blueprint, what does it mean, right? So you are giving me technical definitions. That's true actually. But if you go with the context of this definition, when you say class is a template or class is a blueprint, what does it mean? It basically means that you're basically describing the behavior of your physical entity. That is your object exactly that I'm talking about here, right? So, okay. K Pradeep, okay, fine. So, fine. Yeah, I'll just repeat it for you, right? Okay, I'll just repeat it for you. Okay. See, for for the common people, let's say let's take another example here, boy, right? For a common man, right? This is a physical thing, right? Let's take an example here. For a common man, this is a physical thing, boy, right? But for me, right, if this is going to make some sense here. Let's say boy and Rahul, right? So what is the relation between these two things, right? So you'll see that Rahul is basically he's a boy, exactly, he's a boy, but he is a physical representation of boy, right? Okay, he's not a boy, he's a physical representation of boy, right? Rahul is a boy, right? You can say, but right, it's a boy, exactly. So Rahul is physical, right? And the boy is logical, right? It's a logical thing. So it's a category, right? It's a category, and this is the physical representation. Okay, let me just close this description here. Let me close this description. Let's conclude this thing. The category part, the logical part, technically we call it classes, right? Technically we call it class. And the physical part is called object, right? So I'm just telling you exactly the identification, right? How you identify the classes and objects around you, right? The point is that how you identify the class and objects around it. I told you that OOP has got class and object as its characteristics. So I told you in the beginning that you need to understand these terms in real sense and in programming sense. So let's say an example here, right? So here in this example, who is the class and who is an object? The very easy formula to understand who is an object. So all objects are physical, right? All objects are physical, and the categories are called classes, right? So the logical part is called class here. So it's just identification. So I'll just call it like this: flower is a class and rose is an object, right? So try to differentiate in these things, right? Okay. Yeah, car has been a traditional example, right? Most of the people say that okay, con din niya, right? According to your statement, most of the people say that car is physical, but I say car is not physical, right? Can you drive a car? You cannot drive a car. Easy, right? How? Why? The reason, because cars are just the categories. So if you, let's say, if you say Honda XYZ101, right? Can you drive Honda XYZ101, or you can drive car? That is the question, right? So you need to differentiate these things in your minds. I told you in the beginning, right? So the perspective is different, right? I come to Rajesh vehicle part also. So you need to differentiate between the things here, right? No, money. I'll just come to that part later, right? There are many other concepts, right? So let's phrase it to the simple ones here. So guys, can I ask my participants, is this making any sense to all of you? Yeah, Tony, I'll just do that. Some. Okay. Okay. Fine. So I'll take one more example here, and then we'll jump to code, right? I'll take one more example here, and then we'll jump to the code here. Okay. Now, can you see this, guys, right? Dog. And then we have an example here. Let's say Russell. Okay. I believe I'll take the generic example, Tommy. So this is going to make sense to most of the people here, right? Okay, so we have these two things here, right? The dog and Tommy. So I will not, I will not mark these things, right? I will not mark these things as class and objects, right? I'll proceed with the public opinion, right? So how will you categorize these two terms in terms of class and objects, right? What do you think, guys? Which one is a class and which one is an object? Right? See, I'm not proceeding further, right? It's just you who is telling me according to what you have understood. If you are not still not clear, just find out which one is physical and which one is logical. Yeah, yeah, that's great. That's great. That's great. Yeah, good. So my question to all of you, right? Let's proceed further. And I'm going to say a sentence here. You're supposed to answer me within 1,000 milliseconds, right? So I'm going to say a sentence here, and you're supposed to answer me in 1,000 milliseconds, right? Okay. So in all of my examples, I'm going through the generic version, right? So here I'm not talking about the Russell Terrier or the Mastiff breeds, right? So please exclude all the complex things here. Let's keep it simple for the understanding. So here is my statement, guys. Answer me in 1,000 milliseconds. So my question to all of you is: can a dog bark? Yes or no? Come on, yes or no? Come on, can a dog bark? Come on, quickly, quickly. Great, great. I can see some good responses here, but people, the participants who are saying uh, that dog can bark, my question to all of you is that you say that dog is logical, dog is class, and at the same time you say that dog can bark. My question to you, once again to you, is that how can a dog bark when you're saying that dog is a class, isn't it? Okay. Okay, one more thing, guys, right? I want to keep some things, some generic things here. I'm just keeping some generic examples, right? So I'm not talking about the breeds here, right? I'm not talking about the quality here, the height and weight here, because yeah, money. That's true. From the programmer's perspective, dog can't bark. That is what I'm trying to say here, right? Okay, fine. Let me tell you exactly a few things here. What I was telling. Okay, in terms of IT, no. That's what I'm trying to say, Eric. That's good. Okay. So you can see here, guys, right? So there is a yeah, there is a method, right? There is a behavior, right? Bark, right? There is a method or behavior, bark, right? And this bark behavior belongs to the dog, right? But a dog, this is the behavior, right? This is the description here of the category here, and Tommy is a physical entity, right? Tommy is an object, right? Tommy is an object. Oops, that's really ugly. Okay, okay, okay. Where is my zoo? Yeah, the Manas, that's true. The characteristics of the dog class would be barking here, right? Okay. So the point is that why we need objects, right? If you still not clear, right? The point is that why we need objects, right? Because objects can perform action, right? Because they are physical. This should make sense, right? Because objects are physical, that's why they can perform action. So when I say action means Tommy can bark, right? So that's why we created the Tommy. If we don't have Tommy, a dog cannot bark, right? So object is the realistic, real life representation of your category or class, right? Yeah, Siddharth Nair, that's what I'm trying to say here. Objects represents the real world entity, right? So let's take an example of, let's say, manager. Okay, that's really ugly. Okay, fine. So let's take an example here of an IT company. Let's say manager and let's say Raghu, right? So when I say manager and Raghu, what is the difference here? Raghu is representing a physical entity, a real entity, right? And the characteristics of Raghu, what Raghu does, how Raghu behaves, are defined by its category called manager. Right? So that's what I'm trying to say here, right? So I think this should make some sense as of now. Okay. Are things getting better, guys? Hey, money, come on. Okay, great, great. So now you can feel that the OOP is helping you in constructing the real life challenges in programming sense, right? So let me go through the programming here, right? And the content prompt. Okay, let me go through the programming. Eric, I'll call it as a namespace, right? I'll call it as a namespace. So in context of Java, you can say, you can take example of packages if you want to categorize animal and dog, right? So you can say that animal is a container, right? It's like a module in Python which contains a lot of classes, right? Okay, so still not understood, Eric. I'll give it an example here, right? If you want, right? So for me, like, okay, so you can consider animal as a package, as a container, right? And cat, dog, lion, these are the classes. Let's take one more example here, right? Let's create one more package or container or a module here, which is called human and male and female. What are these? These are the classes, right? These are the classes within the human, right? container, no, Divya, container basically means the modules, right? In Python, we call it modules, right? What are modules? They are just basically the container for multiple classes. What are modules? They're basically the container for multiple classes. That's it, right? It's just a container, right? It's just a, it's just a organization thing, right? Code organization, right? It's just a code organizing activity that we're doing here. Yeah, HG, I will definitely give you example. Let me just go through the construction of code first of all, and definitely keep that thing in mind. Okay. Yeah, there are many predefined modules, Abhinav, such as time and like sklearn, TensorFlow, machine learning. All these, domains are going to take advantage of only the predefined modules. Right? Okay. Twitter notebook. Modules are basically the files. I'll call it. Modules are physically files. Tony, files. Right? In one file, you construct multiple classes. Like let's say abc.py, right? No, Tony. Yeah, G ready. Modules contains classes. M Mantha, we call it namespace here in according to you can call it Python vocabulary. So the Jupyter is starting. It's going to take a while, I believe, and still working. Okay, come on. It's taking longer. Okay. Alok, a very good logic. That's a good humor. Great. I appreciate that. No, Anjul, it's I5 actually. The Anaconda, this thing is little slow. Yeah, Vijay, I will. Basically, I don't use the Anaconda distribution directly. I'm using the Anaconda prompt, right? Which is a little quicker than Anaconda distribution. Okay. Okay, great idea. So I'll just click on new and then Python 3 here, right? Okay. So I'm going to, take few concepts here, right? So, okay. Okay, it's object-oriented programming. Okay, and here we're going to take advantage of uh, uh, classes and objects here for the construction of code, right? So basically, in this demonstration, we're going to construct the dog's behavior, right? The dog's behavior, sweet dog behavior of let's say barking here, right? So it's just a small example, right? Right? Okay, so let's do this. So we have a class called dog pass. Okay. Now, first of all, right? Now, the first one. Okay. So there's a class called dog here, everyone, right? So you can see that I'm using a keyword here, which is called pass here. So we need to understand, and this was asked by one of the participants to me also, that what is the purpose of pass keyword? So, what is this first of all? What we are seeing here, right? So this is basically the blank class, right? So if you want to create something blank, right? So, you cannot, create a blank class like this first of all, right? So you're not allowed to do this, right? But other languages, other programming languages allow you to do this thing, right? So let's say if you say class, okay, in terms of Java, right? So in terms of Java, let's say if you create a blank class, you can do like this, right? But in Python, you cannot keep a class blank, right? Like this. Yeah. So, you can see here that, okay, so if I execute this program without, like this, so if I execute the cell right now, you can see that I'm getting a compilation error. Reason because, Python programming doesn't allows you to create a blank thing like this. So if you want to, prevent this compilation error at the same time, if you want to, keep the things blank, right? So you just use the keyword pass, right? You can see here, right? So pass does nothing. It's just a filler, right? It's just a filler. It's just a filler, right? So we use this keyword pass for preventing the compilation errors. So let's say if you are constructing a blank function or if you're constructing a blank class, so in that case, you can use passes or blank loops as well. Thank you, Siddharth, for that. Okay. Yeah, and you need to observe this construction here, everyone, right? You can see here that after the class, I'm using a colon here, so that is a part of syntax, everyone, right? So please observe this thing, right? Okay. Now here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to construct a method here. Right? So let's learn construction of method, right? Construction of method here, right? So how we construct the method in Python? So it's like def, uh, let's say bark. Okay, so this is how we construct the method. You can see here. Yeah, Harsh Srivastava. No, Harsh Srivastava, parenthesis is not required after the class name. Okay, so you can see here, I've constructed a method here, bark, right? And please observe the indentation, especially for the new learners, right? So who are people who are especially starting with the programming. So the next step is to construct the object. Now, a small alert for all of you, we construct the object outside the class, right? A small alert for all of you, we construct the object outside the class. So you can see here, I'm pressing backspace in my keyboard. I'm pressing backspace. See, I've pressed the backspace. Now the cursor is outside the class scope because I'm not following the same indentation gap. Can you see that? Right? I'm outside the class right now. Okay. Now here we are supposed to construct the object here, right? So what is the syntax of constructing the object here? And the syntax goes like this. All right. Tommy equals to dog. All right. So here, the object name can be anything, everyone, right? The object name can be anything equals to dog. This is the construction of your what? Object, right? Okay. Construction of object. Now, in the next step, invoke the method, right? No new, Gotham, no new keyword. Dot bark. See, I've executed the program, and it's a very simple generic program. You can say here, it's not stuff with a lot of code, right? Arun, yeah, I initialize the class members or constructor here, right? We don't use the new keyword like we do in Java or C Sharp, but here we don't use the new keyword. It's not given here, right? Okay, Bhav. Yeah, great. Yeah, I can, this is a, okay, bar, okay. So this is a constructing method, right? Yeah, this is a constructing method, right? Construction object calling function, right? Calling function. Now, there is a very good question from the participants here, right? So the question is like, what is this self keyword, right? The question is that what is this self keyword? Now, this self keyword is actually your object, right? This self keyword is your object, right? The self keyword is your object, guys, right? So who is object in your program? The object in your program is Tommy, right? So this self is the same Tommy, right? So basically we are using the object reference here. We're keeping the object reference here. It is required here, right? But in other programming languages, this object is automatically taken care, such as in Java. In, let's take an example of a Java. I'm just using the comparison here, right? So this is a keyword. This is a keyword in Java, which is basically the object reference, right? So here, instead of this, we have self. What is self? Especially for the new learners, it is just the object, Tommy. Uh, self is just a term here. Self is not the keyword here. You can write ABC, DEF, whatever you want, but ultimately you need to understand that this ABC is going to contain the reference to your object. That's the only thing that I want to say here. We don't pass the object here. It is automatically supplied to self, right? We don't supply the Tommy to the self. It is automatically taken care by the Python environment. Yeah, it's like a call by reference. You can say like that. Self.xxx is correct. That's true, Sandeep. That is correct. Okay. Yeah, Shubham, I'll definitely do it for you. Now, I'll tell you one thing here, right? Yeah, I can put Tommy here, right? So it is not going to make any difference here. Still, see, I've executed the program. It's the same thing, right? It's the same thing. Either you write Tommy or self, both are the same thing. Okay, Anish has a question. He says that what is the difference between class and def? A class is a keyword which is used to construct a class. So in real world, dog is a class. So how we construct the dog class in programming using the class keyword, and bark is a method. It's a behavior of dog. So how we construct the behavior or a function of your program class dog in Python, and that is using the def keyword. Def means define. Okay, so there are a lot of questions which are being asked here. I'll just can you simply post the questions to the Q&A section so that the scrolling is not a limitation for me, right? Dheeraj, lambda expressions are allowed, right? You can use lambda here. Uh, yeah, see, guys, I can see that the questions are getting scrolled, right? So please post the question in the Q&A section. I'll answer them. Sripriya, we don't have access specifiers, right? So, but still, we have some techniques of, you can say that specifying the things as private by default, all the things are public. But Python is really bad at this access specifier thing, right? It doesn't follow the same kind of conventions specifically. Yeah, Anish, I will share you the lambda expression. Just allow me to complete my session content first of all. Okay. So, it is 1 hour, right? So I'm going to take the Q&A section here for a while, and then I'm going to proceed further. I'm going to extend the so till the time, in case if you're still struggling with the code construction, or if you're doing the practicals parallelly, please follow the same thing. So here I'm going with the Q&A section, guys. In case if the chat is not answered, please post the questions in the Q&A section. All right. Nidhi, okay, you missed the first test session. The clarity is good, not good. Nidhi, can you please elaborate exactly what kind of clarity you were looking for? So I'll definitely look into that matter, and I'll let you know about the content. Rajshekharan Parma Sivam. In C and Java, we used to have hash include and similar in upGrad, Python code simulator, but we don't have it in Jupyter or we don't require in Python. All right, Rajshekharan, as per your question, I'm not using any built-in module specific library here as of now, but I will be using probably from my next session. So we'll be using all those import statements in our Python code, Rajshekharan. Eric, principles are process. So you can say they are same kind of same, right? So you're supposed to follow the principles. At the same time, you're supposed to follow the process. So sounds similar. Manish, method is not a part of OOP. Reason because method is a part of procedural style programming, such as C language, right? So C programming follows procedural style. So when I say procedural style, it's a functional approach, right? So it's not a part of OOP. Milind, I agree with you. Categories are logical, and the items within those categories are physical. That understanding is absolutely correct. So I'll give an example here. So actor is basically a logical entity, actor, and Chris Hemsworth is the physical representation. So actor and Chris Hemsworth. So in this example, actor is logical, and the physical representation Chris is the physical thing. So that is an object. Sumit Satapathy. Okay. Yeah, Sumit Satapathy has a question. He says that the identification of class and object, right? So I want to say something to all of you here. So, there are many participants here who are getting confused. Let's say, what is animal or dog or Tommy? So, what is the relation between animal, dog, and Tommy? So, how should I correlate them? How should I, identify them? So, that is the kind of confusion which is going on here. So, I want to tell all of you guys, it's not only there is a concept of classes and objects, right? It's not only for the real entity representation. Not only class and objects and categories which are available in OOP, right? Apart from that, we have inner classes, we have static classes, we have abstract classes, we have interfaces, right? So there are n number of other sections also which justify your confusion, right? There are and modules as well, right? So there are n number of different topics available which justify your confusion exactly that. Okay, so because you have not covered or you have not completed the content completely, that's why there is a confusion. So I would categorize this like this. So let's say an example of animal, dog, and Tommy. So here in this example, we can categorize animal as a module, dog as a class, and Tommy as an object, right? So you need to extend your knowledge to completely clear your confusion. I'm trying to do that so, and you need, you're supposed to take it further with more practice and learnings, and it's going to take a little extra time, some more time to understand all the concepts. But that is not a bad thing if you're confused, because it is bound to happen when you're learning something new. Sumit Satapathy. Azhar Hussain. Azhar Hussain has a very good question, right? Azhar Hussain has a very good question. I would like to take this question here, right? Azhar says that can we define a class as a group of objects, right? So let me show you here, right? Okay, Azhar, look at this. Okay, okay, okay. Just a second. Let's say POXO, P1, P2, P3, P4. Azhar, look at this example carefully. I'm repeating the question of Azhar once again. Okay, there's a doubt here that a class is a group of objects, right? So I have a class here, POXO, and there are 4 objects here, P1, P2, P3, and P4. Now, my question to all of you: are you able to understand the behavior of these objects, or what this class does? Can you elaborate the functioning of anything with a class or object here? Are you able to identify anything out of this information? No, that's true. Okay, let me give some more detail here. Play, pause, stop, seek, record. Now, my question to all of you: if we want to understand, the class, if we want to understand the behavior, right? What things are helping us? Are the attributes or the functions or the properties helping us, or the objects are helping us in understanding the behavior of class? So which section is basically helping you in understanding the behavior of your class? Is it the characteristics of your class, or is it the objects? Yeah, that's true. So this basically confirms that a class is not defined by the objects. A class is basically defined by the characteristics. So there is a technical definition here. What is a class? A class is basically, a class is basically a data type, an abstract data type, we call it, which is basically a set of methods and attributes, right? So a class is basically an abstract data type, which is a set of methods and attributes. A class is defined by its method and attributes, not by the objects, right? If objects are not existing, doesn't mean that a class cannot be defined. But if attributes and characteristics are not existing, at that time, a class cannot be defined and objects cannot have the behavior. Yeah, my PC, that's true. Hi, my PC, if you observe, you're talking about the member variables. What are these? These are the characteristics of classes only, isn't it? Yeah, that's true. So coming back to the Q&A section here, hope Azhar, you understood the example here. Right? Can you confirm me, Azhar? Yeah, thank you, Azhar, for that. So I've got a lot of questions here. What's the time right now? 9:13. So I'm going to take a few more questions here, and then I'm going to proceed further with the programming. I'm going to come back for the questions, right? Mir Mohammed Murtaza. So what is self keyword, right? So here, the object of your class, right? So here you can see here, the object of your class is self, right? So that is self. I'm going to show you the demonstration to help you with that. Yeah, Ambuj, that is not passed to the parameter. That's just always, it's just always there. Okay, SG has a very good question. SG has a very good question here, right? So does a function have to be defined within a class? And the answer is no. You can have functions outside the class as well, right? So that is my answer to you, not to confuse you further. Yeah. Fine. So, I believe that, the remaining question can be solved with some more practicals here. So let me do the practicals and then we'll see exactly what things are going on here. Okay. So let's do this, guys. Global functions, that's true. Okay. All right. So let's do some more programming here, everyone. So let's say we have a class called, let's say, employee. Okay. So I'm just constructing the code here, right? Okay. We have a self pass. I'm adding some more things here, guys. I want to tell you something, guys, right? I want to tell something to all of you. You have not learned sufficient as of now. You have not learned sufficient, right? Please listen to me carefully. So please let me go through some more codes so that you can understand exactly what is happening here. And I will, definitely, solve your doubts as well. So first of all, I want to introduce you something called constructors here. Constructor. Right? So I want to introduce something called constructor here. So what is a constructor, first of all? A constructor is basically a special method, right? A special function. It's a special function, right? Now, when you create the object of your class, right? When you create the object of your class, here I'm creating an object of my class, EMP, or let's say Rajesh. Okay, let's call this Rajesh, right? So, okay, EMP is better because I have a plan for this. Okay. I have an object here, EMP, and this is the name of your class. It looks like name of your class, but this section is responsible for calling of constructor, right? So this is a constructor. What is a constructor? A constructor is a special method. Now I'm going to tell you exactly how we use constructors. I'm going to tell you that. But first of all, please look at the syntax of construction of constructor. Please, right? Look at the syntax of construction of constructor. It's like def double underscore init double underscore. Self is as usual part of your function declaration. Print constructor invoked. Can you look at this output, guys? So does this output confirms that this constructor is getting invoked? Right? Can you confirm, guys? This line confirms that this constructor is getting invoked. True. Great. Now, in my further programming, please look at this exactly how I'm utilizing the constructor, right? In my further programming, look at this how I'm utilizing the constructor. See, here I'm passing, let's say, Rajesh, and here I'm passing 25,000 or 24,000. Here, comma, name, comma, salary. Is it making some sense to you guys? A constructor, okay, Pratik, I'll explain you once again. A constructor is basically a special function. It's a special function. Now, what constructor does basically? That is a question here. What constructor does? Constructor basically allocates memory to your object, right? Or it is a symbol of allocation to memory to your object. A constructor is invoked by writing this section here, right? This code section is responsible for the invocation of constructor. Now, in my further programming, we'll see that how we take advantage of constructors, right? So here I'm passing Rajesh here. Rajesh is getting assigned to name, and the 24,000 is getting assigned to salary. Now, what I'm doing here, see, now you need to observe that how I'm taking use of this self, right? How I'm taking advantage of this self. Okay, let's look at this. Self dot name equals to name, self dot salary equals to salary. Can you observe this? Now, what I have done here, I have associated these variables with the global variables here. If you remember, I'm not confusing you. Okay, let me show you. Right, def print details. Self print. Hi, your salary is dot format. Self dot name. Self dot salary. See, look at this relation. Look at this connection, guys. Right? Can you look at this connection? How I'm able to use the variables globally using the self object. Look at this observation, right? Can you observe, guys? I cannot do this. If I do this, this means local variable. So it doesn't exist. Right? It doesn't exist. These variables are limited to their functions only. Vijay, self is not different from this in Java. It is equivalent, I'll say. So here, self. Nimalya Das, your question is what self is defining. Self is basically EMP, right? Let me show you. Print emp dot name. So here I'm passing Rajesh here. Rajesh is going to name. This name is getting assigned to self dot name. It's a variable. It's a global variable. The difference is that it's a global variable, can be used anywhere, and it's a local variable. Now, if I print self dot name here, it will be Rajesh. And even if I print emp dot name here, it will be Rajesh. Why? Because self is emp only, and whatever we associate here is getting associated with emp only, because both are same thing. And if we look at the output, we can see here, it prints Rajesh here. Okay. Yeah, Amarnath, it will work. It will work. Yeah, okay. I'm going to repeat it once again. Okay. I went sequentially first of all, right? Okay. So first of all, in this demonstration, we need to observe SG self is not local to constructor. Self is a global object, right? Self is a global object. I will not mind if you replace this self with emp, right? I will not mind. It's just a object reference. It can be stored in any name, right? I will not mind. So if you want to feel comfortable that what is this self, I will say that this emp this emp is traveling in every method, so that we have the same data available in every sections, right? So I will say that this emp is traveling or getting transferred to every method, so that we have the same data in every section of our program or application. We have the same data. So if I am supplying Rajesh from here to name, this Rajesh is getting assigned to self dot name. This will be similar here, Rajesh only, and this will be similar here, Rajesh only. So to keep the data intact, to keep the data preserved over various sections of your application, we're using the object here. And in Python, we are not supposed to supply the value to your EMP yourself. It is automatically supplied. It is automatically allocated. Okay. Pratik, I will say that init double underscore init is the syntax for constructor, right? Okay. Pratik, can you my PC? Can you give me the code sections, right? What you're talking about, caller and callee? What's that context here? Yeah, Ruchi, thank you for asking that question. I will definitely explain you exactly how the flow is going in this program. Now, first of all, before I proceed further, that is the constructor invocation, parameterized constructor invocation, my PC, according to you. Gautam, I agree with you, right? Yeah, I will tell you, right? My question to all of you is that why this line is not getting printed? Ruchi, I'll come to your question, right? The control flow. Why this line is not getting printed? Yeah, so Priya dot format is needed. I will explain. Yeah, we need to call this thing, right? Okay. Yeah, print details is not called. So what I'm doing here, emp dot print details, right? Okay. I'm just removing this part here. So why we're getting this error here? Name self is not defined. Okay. I'm using emp here, so I'm supposed to use emp here as well. So I'll change it to self here. Name, okay, and self. Right? Yeah, guys, I'm coming to your questions, right? Let me just complete the code here. Fine. Yeah. I'm going to answer each and everything. Let's see exactly whether my explanation answers most of the questions or not. Okay, let's find out. Now, first of all, I'm going to explain this question once again. I'm going to describe each and everything once again, and let's see whether this solves the doubts or not. Now, first of all, the very question which is asked to me is that how is the control flow is happening, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now, the point is that how the control flow is happening. Okay? So how the program is getting executed. Now, first of all, I want to tell you that the class section will not execute. Hey guys, I think we got disconnected for a while, for a few minutes, I believe. Hey guys, am I audible to you, everyone? Is it audible? Okay, great, great, fine, fine. Fine. So let's look at the sequence here first of all. So this section will not be executed. The execution will start from line number 10, right? Because it is without indent, right? From here, right? So from line number 10. So from line number 10, we are basically, creating an object here, emp, and here this is the invocation of constructor. This is your constructor, right? This is your constructor, employee emp, this one. So we'll start from line number 10 here, right? We'll start from line number 10. Thank you, Nitin, for that. And this is the invocation of your constructor. What is a constructor? A constructor is a constructor, right? A constructor is a special method responsible for the initialization of your object. In our case, it is emp, right? A constructor is a special method responsible for the initialization of your object. In our case, it is emp. Just sharing the same thing here. Now, in Python, if we talk about the syntax of constructing a constructor, it is like this: init, right? I'm using the gap here. I'm using the gap here, but this gap is not required, right? We don't, use the gap, right? So that you don't confuse it with a single underscore. So that's why I'm saying there are double underscores there, right? So this is the construct. This is the syntax of creating a constructor. Now, in this demonstration, I'm using constructor with some parameters here. Why? I'm using constructor with some parameters here. Why? Because I want to initialize some data here. I want to initialize some information here. I want to associate some information with the object here, right? So what that information is? That information is Rajesh. What this Rajesh is going? Where this Rajesh is going? It is going inside name and 24,000. Where this is going into salary. Now this self is automatically taken care by the Python environment, and as this Rajesh is going to name, automatically this emp will be going inside self. So this emp is going inside self. So you can see here that we have two methods here. Why we need object reference, so that we can keep the data similar, a common, or we can preserve the data, common data across multiple methods. So this name is Rajesh. So we have self.name here, which will be Rajesh. So self is helping here if you can observe, right? So if you observe, I'm using the self function, object here also. Now the point to be observed here is that what is the advantage of self here? The advantage of self here is that it is preserving the information across different functions, across different sections. So this is the advantage of keeping the self object here. If I don't use self, like let's say an example here. If I don't use self here, right? Okay, so can we remove it? So if I don't use self here, so this variable and this variable are different, right? Okay. Why self? Kanika, the reason is that why we need self, so that we can carry these variables across different functions. You can see that I'm using self dot number one here. you can see that I'm using self.number1 here, self.number1 here, right? Why am I, how I'm able to, carry the data? Because the number one, which is the data here, is referenced using the self keyword. All right, so I think I got lost for a while once again. All right, can you hear me, guys? Am I audible? Okay, great. So once again, guys, I want to confirm, does this program makes any sense to all of you? Is it okay with all of you? Is it better? Okay, fine. That's great. Thank you for confirming. It was a little hard to understand, especially the self keyword. So you can see here, guys, here I'm talking about the inheritance here, right? So here, what does inheritance means basically, right? It's like acquiring the properties, right, from the base class into derived class. So exactly what is happening here? Let's find out. So here we have a class called father. There is a method which is there in the father, which is food habit. What food habit does, it prints I like salty. Now there is a class called son, and this is the syntax of inheritance. Now the very first thing, please observe the syntax of inheritance here. Now what is syntax of inheritance? Simply parenthesis and the name of class. Now what this expression means? This expression basically means that the son is acquiring the methods or the members of the father class. Now what do you mean by that? I simply mean by that the food habit which belongs to the father is acquired by his son. So can I ask my participants, what will be the default food habit of the son? I like salty. That's true. Now, in order to confirm this thing, right? In order to confirm the acquiring of the members, in order to confirm on the acquisition of this method, right? So what we are doing here, we are calling, we're creating an object here. Let's say Ajay, right? And Ajay dot food habit. So if the acquisition has happened, if the inheritance worked, you can see that the Ajay is printing the food habit, and which is I like salty. Now, in this demonstration, right, I'm not aiming to print a message here. In this demonstration, there is only one thing that I'm looking for is how to acquire the properties of any class, of any other class. What is the syntax of inheritance, right? So this is the syntax, this is the point which I'm aiming here. Now, let's say, right, so Manas. Manas, that's a jazz print, right? Okay, the print is the method is for a father, but that is acquired by son. So automatically, the food habit will be of Ajay as of now, which is of son. Now, in case, let's say, according to the real world, let's say if the son decides to change the food habit, if the son decides to change the food habit from, let's say, salty to sweet, so we can override the method, override, right? Def food habit self print I like sweet. Now, this is something called overriding. Now, what do you mean by overriding? Overriding basically means that we are basically redefining the content. We are redefining the behavior which we have received from the base into the derived. So here, the food habit has been changed in son. Now the son says, I like sweet. So if I execute the same code once again, we'll see that the son says, or the Ajay says, I like sweet. So this is called function overriding, guys. Function overriding is something which I was not looking for, but this can be done here as an example. So we did that. Yeah, Tapti, we can do that. I think you can do this the same thing with the given example. Yeah, Pratik, it will override locally. And uh, there was a question, right? There was a question about the access modifiers. I missed that. I want to say to all of you, the Python doesn't have good, command over access modifiers, right? So let's say, self dot underscore, let's say private var, right? So this is something which says that it is a private variable, but in Python it is not, right? And in Python, double underscore is actually the private variable, right? I don't want to confuse other participants, just for the people who ask me, right? Okay. Alok Kumar, access modify is basically, is a set of keywords which lets you decide what variables you want to share with multiple classes. If we have multiple classes, so where you want to share the variables in what classes and where you don't want to. Yes, Harsh, a class can inherit more than one class. Overloading. So one of the participants asked me about the overloading here. So overloading is basically done in this way, right? So def, okay, Lakshmi, I will show you the addition, right? So let me answer the overloading part here, right? Okay, because it was also I'm going to answer you too, right? Okay, overloading. How we do overloading in Python, right? I don't want to confuse, right? Especially the newcomers. It's just a concept that I'm explaining, right? Def add int num1 int. Oh my God, what I'm doing? Num1 num2, right? Self self equals to 0. Print num1 plus num2. Okay. So you can see here Ajay.add 10, Ajay.add 10, comma 5. So I forgot the name of the participant who asked me about the overloading, but this is how we do overloading in Python. Yes, Tapte, it is allowed, but you should not be doing that. So I'm going to take the Q&A section from here, and let's find out. I missed all the questions, I believe, because I restarted the session, so that's why I missed the questions here. So if you want to ask me any questions, guys, you are most welcome to post the questions in the Q&A section. Okay, Sheikh Abdullah. Okay, Sheikh, it is kind of difficult in IPython or in Jupyter because it doesn't follow that kind of hierarchy. For this kind of environment, I suggest you to use the PyCharm, right? So that will allow you to easily do that. Yeah, Anjul, we can call the function of father class by creating the instance of father.
Today's session, we're going to deal with files, right? So, okay, I'm just going to give you an overview of exactly what are files, and then we'll be talking about file modes. File modes is something which is very important. Then we're going to do something file readings, like something like file reading, and we're going to do something like file writing. And there are a lot of exercises that we are going to do. And in my session, I'm going to do data analytics using the file handling part of Python. So this is something special that I have prepared for today. So we'll be involving some data science here, and out of data science, we will be picking the data analytics part, right? So how we can implement that thing also. Excuse me. Apart from that, in last session, we covered the OOP part, right? The object-oriented programming. Most of you have done that part. I'm going to repeat that part in file handling as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix, right? I'm going to mix that file handling part plus OOP part so that you can have a good idea about exactly how things together work. And apart from that, I'm going to introduce some inheritance like concept. Most of you have heard of it, right? So how we do inheritance in Python. So that's how I have planned the session so that you can have a mix of everything, right? And finally, we're going to have some data analytics part. Okay. So let's get started. Let's proceed further. I hope everybody is clear about the agenda. And here goes the first slide. So here we're talking about file, right? So file, I'm not going to go through the content here, right? I'll just leave that part to you. So let's go this way, file, right? So let's take an example of a song, right? So we generally, most of us are, like to listen to songs. So we get songs technically in the form of MP3 files. And most of us like to watch movies. We watch movies, and technically we get the movies in the form of .mp4 or .avi files and the .mpeg files, right? So these are files. The best thing about files is that once you push a file into your system, right? Once you push a file into your system, that remains in the system even after a restart. So if you restart your system, right, so that doesn't affect the file uh, storage, right? So it doesn't affects that. So a file, the nature of file is permanent in nature, right? So it's permanent, and basically right now, like why we need file, right? So just answering you this question, why we need files. So if you observe carefully, the the mechanism or the solution that we are using right now for storing the inputs or the outputs, right? So whenever I'm writing a Python program, I'm accepting some data from a user, I'm storing that data in a variable, I'm calculating something, I'm doing some math, and I'm generating some output out of that thing. I'm storing the output in a variable once again. So when I close the program, when I terminate the program, all the variables are lost, right? So the input that you gathered or acquired from the user, or the output that you generated after a lot of hectic programming part, so you lose it, right? Once you close the or terminates the application. So that's the problem with the current storage solution, that is variable, and the nature of existence of or the nature of persistence, I will say that. So that is temporary. So in that case, suppose if I ask you to create any application for any of my client, so in that case, if a client is using your application, as soon as the client finishes its work and closes your product or your software, is going to lose the data. And obviously, no client is wanting or looking to lose the data. So you need to have that solution with you where you can save the data permanently. And for that, the best solution for the current time, we have file, right? So if I train you on how to work with files, so you will be able to store the inputs and outputs permanently in the system for future reference. So in case if you have generated some data, some important output, a user or your client can see it once again, right? So that's how it goes like. So that's why we need files, guys. So ultimately the conclusion, the summary part here is that we need files so that we can store the data permanently. I think that makes sense, isn't it? So there is a challenge here, like variables versus files. So when we say variables versus files, here in this case, can I ask my participants who wins? So the chat window is all open to you and it's free to type. All right. Okay, thank you, Himandri. Thank you, Vishnu. So yes, definitely true. Definitely, I can see a lot of responses here. So that confirms that everybody is active and listening. That's good. Thank you very much. Let's proceed further. And now I'm going to take you to the file operation order, right? Okay, let's create a sequence here, right? Let's create a sequence. So here, let's say if I'm supposed to do something, right? I'm supposed to do a file operation, how it's going to be done. So it's a three-step or three-stage process. In the programming part, in the coding part, you're going to open a file. You're going to do either read or write in a file, and you're going to close the file. Remember, closing the file is important. And I'll tell you why closing the file is important. In case if a programmer or a developer does not closes the connection with the file, in that case, the file becomes locked with the current user or the current program. So if any other program is trying to access the same resource, the same file, that file won't be available for any other program, right? So you're supposed to close the connection immediately once you're done with that file so that other programs can access the data or can make the changes in that file, right? So that's how it goes like. So once again, it's a three-stage process. One, you open a file. Two, you do the operations, either read or write. And three, you're closing the file. Now, once again, I would like to clear to the new beginners, right? New beginners. What does read or write means? Read or write means like assume a file like a jar. Assume a file like a jar. When you say read, it means you're pulling the content out of the jar, right? When you say read, that means pulling the content out of the jar. That means pulling the content out of the file. You are reading the data, pulling the content, right? Getting it out. When you say write, that means pushing the data into the jar or pushing the data into the file. That means write. So it goes like that, read and write. So you can assume read and write in context to hard disk also. So when you say reading the data from hard disk, that's basically you're retrieving the data from hard disk, right? And when we say write data into hard disk, that means you're writing some content into the hard disk in the form of files, like that. So I hope this file operation order is clear to my participants. And now I would like to proceed further with my next part. And as I do in my all sessions, I keep the slide minimal. So hardly we have 3 to 4 slides in total. So let's get started. Here we are talking about the file modes, guys. This is really important to understand file modes. I'll tell you why. A file is something which can be used for various purposes. You can use a file for reading. You can use a file for writing. You can use a file for appending. You can use a file for reading and writing both. So basically, Python says, hey fella, tell me what you are gonna do with file. Mode to the rescue. Right. So it goes like this, right? So when you are working with files in Python or even in any other programming language, whether it is Java even, right? So every environment, every execution engine is going to ask you, right, what you are going to do with the file. So for that, you need to have some sort of communication medium, right? You need to tell the Python compiler or the interpreter, right, I'm going to do something with the file, and what that something is mode, right? So let's get back to the slide once again, and let's say what can we communicate to the Python interpreter, or what can we tell the interpreter about what we're going to do. So here there are 4 modes I've taken here. There are more than 4 modes. I've taken the the blessed one. Okay, I didn't want it to confuse you about exactly like messing all around with multiple modes, right? So these are the major and important modes we have available. The first mode that we hear is the R mode, and it is also called the read mode or the default mode, right? So when you say R, so you're talking to Python interpreter, you say I'm going to do R with files. That means you're telling the compiler or the interpreter that I'm going to read the file. So if you say, hey Python, I'm going to do W with the file. So that basically means you're telling the interpreter that I'm going to write some content in the file. Now there is a third mode, which is A. I'll come to this after R plus. So when you say R plus, it means that you're talking to the Python interpreter as a developer, and you're saying, hey Python, I'm going to do read and write both in the file. So it's like that. Okay, and now we have something called append mode. We'll be having a practical on this. Append mode. What is append mode? For appending mode, you need to understand this thing. W is write mode. Execute 1, write hello in file. Execute 2, write hi in file. So conclusion, hi overwrites hello. So you can see here, guys, a small case or a scenario, what I'm talking about here. So if you are using a write mode and you are writing some data in a file, right? You are writing some content in a file. So in phase 1, you are going to write, let's say, a text called hello. And if you execute the same program once again, and this time you input hi in the file, so in that case, the hi is going to overwrite hello in that case. So you're going to lose your old data, right? So lose your old data after every new write. So you're going to lose the data after every new write. So this is the problem with W, right? So W is cursed, right? Like that. So just adding some humor here. So W is cursed. So it cannot accommodate new content, right? It cannot accommodate new content. So what we are going to do is I'm going to use a mode, that is append mode, to the rescue. Allows to add content or add new content, or okay, I'll keep it simple. Adds new content at the end of old content. Okay, execute 1, hello. Execute 2, hi. Output, hello, hi. Okay, so it goes like this, right? So we have append mode. Append mode is something which is helpful when you are writing multiple times in the same file. So in the first attempt, if you write hello, and in the second attempt, if you write hi, so it is going to retain the old data and it is going to append the new data at the end of the old content. But if you do the same thing with the W mode, which is cursed by Loki, so it is going to overwrite, the old data, the new data is going to overwrite the old data, isn't it? So I hope the difference between the W and A mode is clear. So guys, can you confirm me whether it is understood or not? So let's see how many participants are active. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's great. That's great. Thank you. So I'll just proceed further and let's see. Okay, these are the file modes, right? And then what we have here. All right, so it's lab time, right? So let's get into the lab and let's see what we are going to see in the same demonstrations here. Okay, so let's get started. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the anaconda thing, right? So here I started the anaconda thing, right? So it is starting. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the browser. Hey, poor Edge browser, where are you? All right, so I'm going to start my Jupyter, right? Launch the Jupyter, doing the practical as well. So by default, this opens in Edge browser. Can I ask my participants, like, do you see the same Edge browser or the Chrome browser? Like, which is your default one? Let's see. Chrome, Edge, Chrome. Okay, there are a lot of people who work on Chrome and Firefox. Some people are seriously annoyed by Edge, right? Okay, so I'm going to show you exactly how you can, change the browser. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, simply copy the URL from here, right? I'm just simply going to copy this thing, and I'm going to simply paste it here, right? Okay, how it is working? It was not supposed to work. Okay, fine. So you can see that I just simply copied and pasted the URL in different browser. So it is asking me for a password or a token here, right? So in case if you are willing to change the browser, you can do it like this. So the question is that how you're going to get the token. For that, we're going to do a small hack here. So just observe the hack carefully, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the edge, right click and go to the inspect element, right? So that this is a small trick, a hack. We do have standard solutions for this. So here, when you right click on edge and go to inspect element, so there you see something called Jupyter API token, right? So this is the token that the web page is asking. Yeah, so I'm just going to double click on it. I'm going to copy the token here. So you can see the token, right? So I just copied the token, right? And I'm just going to paste it here, and I'm going to log in. And see, beautiful. So I've logged in, right? So just a small hack, how you can, change the browser if you want. Apart from that, in case if you want a standard solution, so I'm not confusing you, right? So how you can do that? You can go to the environments from here. You can click here. You can click on open terminal. And here you can type Jupyter notebook list. So there's a command called Jupyter notebook list. It is going to show you the running notebooks available with the Jupyter. So this is the URL with the token here. So what you can do is you can simply, copy the URL and paste it in the browser, and that's how you're going to get the Jupyter Notebook in different browsers. So this makes your life easy because some people like me are, habitual to different browsers, right? So it goes like that. I hope that is understood. And the best part is that this is recorded, so you don't need to worry about the command, right? You will get the commands. Okay, so here we start, right? So I'm going to click on new for that. Okay. I'm going to create a new directory here, folder. All participants are requested to post the questions, right? I think the chat window is visible to all of you, I believe, right? And the Q&A section, that must be visible to all of you. Okay. I'm going to create a new document here. Okay, Arjun, got it. There is no limit. Okay, there's a question from Soptic. Are there any limitations in file size? As of now, no. Right, depends on the RAM availability. Okay, thank you, Reshma, for the response. I'm going to give it a name. Let's say file action in Python. So that's how it's going to work. Okay, let's learn file handling. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply, right here, I'm going to first of all, let's create a file, right? A blank file. So this is demo one, guys. Demo one. Sriram, I request you to download the Anaconda distribution, right? And that's how you can proceed, right? For as of now, you are requested to just observe the lecture because it will be difficult for you to do the installation and understand things parallelly, right? So just have patience, and you can do that. Oh, Raghavendra, thank you for that. Raghavendra sent the online Jupyter URL that is also there, so you can use that directly. But unfortunately, it will be difficult for today's session. Okay, let's create a blank file, right? Okay. So I'm going to create a blank file here in my D drive. So, okay, file object equals to open d slash, sorry, e slash ds slash. I'm going to use, let's say, okay, avengers.txt here, right? And I'm going to, okay. So guys, this is how we create a blank file. So there is a function here which is open. Open is a function, right? And it accepts two arguments here. One is the path, second is the mode, right? So open is a function which is used for dealing with files, for doing actions with the files. It accepts two arguments. One is the path, which file you are willing to modify or manipulate, and the mode here, right? So the mode here I'm using is W, and I'm using E drive ds directory and avengers.txt. So here it is, right? So you can see my screen that in E drive, in another DS folder, I don't have avengers.txt. So what happens basically, it creates a file. So yeah, it creates a file. So if the file doesn't exist, right? So in the write mode, right? This is the behavior of write mode, that if the file is not existing, it's a non-existing file, it is going to create the file. And yes, in the path, you're supposed to, put this double slashes, right? So it is required. So this is going to throw error, right? So these single slashes are not allowed because slashes are something which are meant for escape sequences. So what is a escape sequence? Generally, you must have tried slash and somewhere in your career. Slash ends for line break, and slash, R is for vertical hit or vertical enter kind of thing, right? So slash B is for some noise kind of thing, some bell kind of thing. So you're not supposed to add single slashes. Just put double slashes. Still, in case if you want single slashes to happen, For that, what you're supposed to do is a small quick tip, a tweak here, a small hack. You just simply prefix the string with uh, the character called R, right? So the character called R. So what it does, it basically allows you to accept or allows you to type a single slashes here. So this is how it can be done. R stands for raw, 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 and it becomes like raw string, right? So it is called raw string. So it is like that. So in case Soptic, there's a question from you. He says that if there is a conflicting file name, so in that case, you're going to lose your old data, right? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply execute the file. No, we cannot change the slash, right? Okay. So just observe here on the right side here. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Can you see the file? Isn't it? So you can see here the file has been created automatically, right? And the reference of this file has been given to the object called file object. This object name can be anything. I have just given a sensible name to the object name, right? So what this file object is doing, basically, it is holding the reference of physical file. So in order to manipulate this physical file, we basically catch this thing. So you can write whatever you want here, right? The variable name, the object name can be anything. So it is okay, right? It is okay, whatever name you want to give. Ashish, as per your error, you're supposed to give the mode, right? W. And Ashish, obviously, you just check whether you have E drive in your system, and in case if you have, just check whether you have DS directory in your system. If it is not there, use a custom drive or custom location. Thank you, Venkat. Thank you for big support. Right, that is really needed. Yes. So that's how we create the file, and right now I'm not doing any operation, so I'm going to simply close the file connection, right? So I'm just going to close the file connection. Just observe here, guys, right? Close the file so that other apps can use it. If it is a shared file, right? If it is a shared file. So Mr. Fred, in case if you are working on Mac, in that case, what you can do is you can simply open the terminal and type pwd. Right? So open the terminal, and if you type pwd, that is for present working directory, you will see exactly how you go through it. Or okay, you can do one thing, right? Let's go with the simple thing. In Mac, what you can do is you can create a folder in desktop. Simply right click on the folder and go to info section, right? Right click on the folder and go to info, and in the info window, you will see the path of that directory. Just simply use that thing. Thank you, Arjun, for that. Okay, trying my best. Okay, let the world be a better place. Okay. Yeah, Reshma, sometimes Windows 10 or Windows operating system doesn't allow you to, do file operations in case if you're using C drive, let's say. So I suggest that don't use C drives, use D, E, or other drives to avoid permission issues. Keyboard shortcut for adding a cell is press the escape key first of all, Hemant, and then press B. Thank you. Escape plus B. Thank you, Hari. Himadri, you're trying to print the file object, right? Do not try to print the file object. Thank you. Thank you, Aman. That's beautiful. Okay, guys. So that's how it goes like, guys. Here we have Avengers. I'll just show you a small fun here. Let's create 5 files, right? So I'm just going to show you a small fun here. Let's see. For X in range 5, FO equals to open, e/gs/ .txt .format X, comma W, F dot close, and let's see what it does, right? A small fun. Check on the right side. So you can see easily I've created 5 files here with this thing, right? So I'm just giving you 30 seconds to observe the code, and I'll just answer the questions in the meantime. Vani, in case if the file is not closed, it means that it is still occupying the memory. That is absolutely true. And the worst part is that Vani, your Jupyter stops working most of the times when you don't close the files, because you engage your kernel, you engage the Jupyter engine with that file. So you will see that many of the times you're not seeing the output, right? So you're supposed to close the file with respect, right? I hope you understand. Okay. Thank you, Sanjay. That occupies the RAM space, and that also locks the file, right? So do not lock the files, just release them, right? So just do 1947. Freedom, I mean. Yes, it is going to work, Debanjan. As per your question, it is going to work. Debanjan, please share the question with attendees as well, right? So I hope, I can feel that most of the participants are doing the practicals parallelly, and you know what? That is amazing. Let's proceed further with some more demonstrations here. Okay, getting file infos, right? Okay, so here, let's see what we have in the bucket. So here, fo equals to open eds avengers.txt, and the mode is w, right? What I'm going to do, okay, print file name is, I'm going to print fo.name, and then print file status fo.close. What we have here, sorry, we don't have any kind of option to use the file by different user file format. Okay. Aman, that's just okay. Aman, there is a question from you. Aman says that why do we require format in previous command? Aman, this x is the value of x is being replaced by the curly bracket here. I just wanted to, I generally I prefer the standard ways of doing the activity, right? I prefer the standard things. Otherwise, it could be like this: fo open equals to eds slash, and then it is going to be like comma x comma dot txt and then comma w. And okay, now when you do this, right? When you do this, it is not going to work. You know why? Because this comma will separate the number of arguments, right? So here, this comma will not work because open is expecting two arguments, and you are supplying one. You separated the comma, 2, 3, and 4. Bang, bad. It will crash. The next solution is here that you can use plus, but here plus requires string on both the sides, right? The left and right should be string. So in that case, you need to convert the integer into string like this, and that's how it works. And for me, this looks really ugly, isn't it? So I had to do a lot of operations. I needed a lot of knowledge to make things work. So I thought that format function to the rescue, right? So that's how it works like. Okay. Fine. I hope. Did you understand, Aman, what I explained? Okay. Thanks, Naveen. Yeah. Thank you for the correction. Right. Okay. No worries. Okay. So what we were doing, we were dealing with the file operation, file mode, and what we're going to do is fo.mode here, and finally fo.close, right? Oops. And I'm going to print the status once again. Guys, observe the output and the code, right? Observe the output and the code. In the meantime, I'm going to answer the questions here. Write mode is creating the file here. How do we delete and overwrite the file? What are the modes? Roshan, for deleting a file, we don't have mode for that. For that, we have a module called OS, right? os.remove. It's like that. Import os.remove. Okay. Lenovo, as per your point, right? Lenovo, can you post the same question in the attendees with the attendees, so that attendees can also see the code, right? Okay, everybody, right? I think it's easy to understand what is happening here in this section. So here we have fo.name. This is a property, right? Okay. Okay, fo.name, this is a property which returns you the file name, this one. fo.close returns true and false, which tells you whether the file is open or closed. So whether it's false means it is open. fo.mode basically tells you the file mode, which is W, and fo.closed once again tells you whether the file is closed or open. So if it's true, that means it is closed because I've closed the file here. Okay, Naveen, thank you. You said it right. The participant is missing the double quotes in his path, right? Okay. Anthony, he says that why we need to create file like this when we can create directly from the web page from Anaconda. Okay, so here is the answer to this question. I'll repeat it once again. He says that why we need to create files like this when we can create the files from Anaconda. Okay, so the answer is like Anthony. Imagine you are developing a product from for a client. Let's say this is your product, right? So if the user selects save menu from here, how you are going to save the content, right? Please save this content. So when think as per the client point of view, right? So you're giving a software to a client, and he's trying to save the content. So when he clicks a button, he wants that this content should be saved in a file. So in that case, you're going to do this kind of programming, right? This kind of programming or this kind of programming to save the content in the file. So that in that case, right? So do not think yourself as a user, right? The perception is different. So think yourself as a developer, and you're going to give product which can save the data to one of your clients, right? Thank you, Anthony. There are a lot of questions which are being asked here, right? I'll just try my best to do them. Vani, as per your question, these are the properties are object of the file classes, right? So file from file, these properties are coming. Bharati, yeah, as per your question, you are going to require additional modules, right? There is no standard module available in the Python for reading different file formats. Yes, Ravi, you're going to face the error. Don't worry. Okay, guys. Now I will proceed. Right, I'm going to take the questions after at least 5 or 7 minutes, so that I can complete the content as well. Now here in this demonstration, I'm going to tell you how you can pull the data from file, right? So okay, how you can pull the data from file. So this is what we are going to do right now, and I'm going to write some data in the file. So let's say I've opened the Avengers file, and I'm just going to write some content here. Okay, just observe this carefully, right? Okay, Avengers is a movie, and this is a nice movie. Okay, I'm bad at writing. I'm bad at storytelling. Please excuse me for that. Okay, this nice movie, and the characters are awesome. Okay, so here we have 3 lines in the file. I just save the file. Okay. Okay, so here how you can pull the data from file? That means reading file. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create the file object. So this is fo is file object, right? It can be anything. I'm going to call the open function here, eds avengers.txt, and I'm going to put r mode here, right? Remember, r is for read. Okay. Okay. Now I've executed the cell. Now I'm going to call fo.read, right? Read function to the rescue. Okay, fine. So observe what a read function does. It basically returns all the content of the file. Returns all the content of file. Yes, Jayasuriya, if we close the file, reference of the object get erased. That's true. And fo dot. Okay, I'm not going to close. Okay, I'm just going to close the file now. Fine. Okay, so here what we did is we did the read function here, right? And read is for simply retrieving all the contents of the file. Now I'm just going to show you another version of read. Right? Okay, not messing around. I'm going to simply call fo dot read line. Returns the first line of the file. So here you can see, right? Here you can see that I'm using one more function called readLine, which is for returning a single line from the file. Okay, this is how it works. Okay, guys, everyone, I'm just giving you some vocabulary, some power functions. You need to understand the behavior, right? Just understand the behavior. Read function returns all the content. ReadLine returns a single line. Now here we have one more function, fo dot read lines. Okay, what it does, returns the lines in list format. Afraid it will not work in case if it is W mode, right? Okay, so observe the content here, everyone. So when I'm calling read lines, it returns all the content of the file where the lines are kept as an item of a list, right? Can you see that? The lines are kept as an item of the list. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to come, right? So Ram, I'm going to come to this point. Fine. So we have covered three functions here. One is read, one is read line, and one is read lines, right? Like that. Now, what you can do is, okay, guys, while I'm executing this code, I'm making sure that I'm closing and opening the file carefully, right? You may not be noticing me, but every time I'm calling a different function, right? I'm opening the file once again and I'm closing the file after explanation of each and every function. So just to avoid the errors here, right? So just make sure that you follow this sequence. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck in the middle. And there are a lot of reasons due to which things don't work. I just want to spend some time in troubleshooting, just keeping you on the safer side for the smooth running of the program. I'm going to come, Sheila, for your question as well, right? Just allow me some more time. Now, okay. What I'm going to do is lines equals to fo dot read lines for line in lines print line. Isn't it, guys? This makes sense, guys, isn't it? Just observe, this makes sense. I'm calling read lines. So read line is going to return me a list where every item is a line from the file, and all the this whole list is going to be stored inside this lines variable. It's a list. Now I told you that you can iterate through the list, isn't it? You can iterate through the list. So this is how it looks like. Okay. So what I'm talking about here is how to get all the data or how to traverse through file content. Okay, guys. So in this section, I'm focusing on how to traverse through file content. So this is the solution for traversing through file content. Now observe. Suppose if I give you a task to analyze a data from a file. So if you are given a task of analyzing data from a file, you are supposed to read the whole file all at once, and you're going to analyze each and every line, or maybe each and every word, or maybe each and every character. For that, you need to learn a mechanism through which you can get all the contents, right, in a sequence. So this is how it is done, right? Okay, just giving you the chance to ask me questions in case if anything is not understood, how I was able to retrieve all the lines from a file, and I was able to point out each and every line one by one. You can ask me anything if you want out of this, because things are more complicated further. Okay, Bharti, for that, Bharti has a good question. Bharti, please post the question with attendees also. So Bharti says that, is there a method to know how many lines are there in a file? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply do the len on lines. So does this make sense? Isn't it? Thank you, Asim. Thank you very much. That's good. So this is going to return me the length of the array, isn't it? So this is equivalent to the number of lines. Now, finally, I'm going to show you the last way, right? The last procedure to read all the file, right? Okay. So it's like the super easy way to get all the lines from the file, or the content from the file, right? Okay, so here it goes like, guys, make sure you remember each and everything, right? It is super difficult, for the participants to remember, but I'm going to need all the content, all the knowledge in the last half an hour. Super easy. Okay, let's get started. Let's proceed further. So here, once again, file object equals to open, right? eds avengers.txt, and I'm going to use the read mode here. Okay, and now, oopsie, what happened? Avengers. Okay, got it. My mistake. For line in F4, right? Print line. If you iterate through file object, it returns the line by default. Learn my nature, says FO. Okay, so here it goes like, Amit Gupta, we do have get CWD here in Python, that is for get current working directory, right? So it's like get CWD, like using the OS module of the Python, import os.get CWD. Fine. Okay, I just confused my participants. Okay, guys, if you iterate through the file object, right? I'm iterating through the file object here. You can see here, it returns the line by default. So just FO is requesting you to simply check out the behavior, right? So guys, can you see the behavior, right? How it is done? It is internal. It is automatic. I just learned how FO behaves, and I just use it, right? Just learn the behavior, use it. So guys, this is the simplest way of getting the content of the file, right? So that's super easy. So guys, can I ask you, right? So did you understand what is happening here? Okay. Okay, that's great. Can we extract words specifically? That's true, Soptic. I'm going to tell you that. So in case if there is like, okay, if there is a line, if there is a word is available. Okay, let's do some action, right? Let's do some action. If line contains is, print it. Otherwise, no. Fine. So this is something that I'm going to do, right? If line contains is, then print it. Otherwise, no, you don't print it. Right. Okay, so how I'm going to do it, right? So if line, if is in line, print line. Look at the beauty of Python, guys, right? Look at the beauty of Python. So there's an operator keyword called in, which checks the existence of given input in the given argument. So if it is there, it is going to print the line. Hey, beauty, what happened to you? I just forgot to close the object. Bad thing. Okay. Okay, so you can see the beauty of Python, right? So this is the reason why I love Python. It's super cool. It's readable, right? That's how we call it readable, right? Okay, so if is in line, so it prints the line like that. Now, in the next step, right? In the next step, what I'm going to do is replace all the replace. Okay, what was the all the vowels into at the rate, all the a into at the rate. Okay, I'll just keep it simple. Yeah, it's sensitive, right? We do have solutions for that. I'm just keeping it simple. So I'm just going to do some changes here. So in the output, I'm going to replace all the a's into the at the rate and the lower as well. Okay, dot upper. In case, right, just one of the participants asked me to do this. Right. You can see that we have upper here, right? Okay, that's great. Now, in the next step, I'm going to replace all the a's with the at the rate. You can simply have a look here. Okay, come on, where are you? For line in FO, see, I'm iterating through all the lines, and what I'm going to do is line equals line dot replace a with at the rate, going into string manipulation, print line. All right. See, you can see some things there, right? Can you see? Yes, Sanjay, we're going to do that, right? I'm going to show you in the write operation. That is my next demo, right? Yeah, it is case sensitive. In that case, what I can do is I can simply, convert the whole line into lower, and then I can simply do it. F4.close. I'll just show you in the demonstration here, right? Let me try if this works. Line dot, I'll just call lower and then replace. Let's see. Guys, just check. This is called function chaining, right? This is called function chaining. You can do this in Python, right? So I can call a function from a function. So what I did is I just converted the line into lowercase and then I replaced all the small a's into at the rate, isn't it? So once again, the beauty of Python, right? So that's why we love it. It's super cool. It's simple, elegant, and it makes life easy and gives you more time to live. Right? Can I extract a specific line? Right? Okay. So if you want to extract a specific line, for that, I'll just tweak the code. If line dot starts with, I hope, print line. Okay, print line. Okay. Oops. I forgot to close the connection, I believe. Okay, just checking out what error we have here. If line dot starts with this, I think that is a capital D, I believe. Okay, got it. So you can see here, guys, I got the line right. This is nice. Let's get started writing the content in the file, right? So writing data. So I'm going to do this. So just be with me, guys, right? Let's get started. Okay, now this time we're going to write the data, and I'm gonna need a beautiful example for this. Let's build something. FO equals to, okay. Okay, for that I'm going to use open lang ds.txt. I'm going to use the write mode here, right? Okay, and what I'm going to do is fo.write English is for America, right? fo.write, and let's say Chinese is for China, right? /n fo.write. Okay, I'll just keep it simple, and fo.close, right? So just be sincere while closing. So where do we have our folder, right? Here we have. Okay, guys, executing the demonstration, right? Keeping things parallel. Okay, so here it is. I created. Did I execute? Okay, no. Acha, got it. Got it. So let's check the file, right? Let's check the file. You can see here, guys, English is for America and Chinese for China, right? So this is beautiful. So we have successfully transferred the data, or we have successfully written a file. So for that, I'm using a function called write, and write is for writing the data into the file. And I think this is really pretty easy to understand exactly how it is working, right? Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a testing here, and this time I'm going to number of characters, right? Kritika, the 22 is number of characters, how many characters have been written in the file. Okay, it's like that. So I'm going to write some more content here. This time we are going to do the execution too, right? Bhakti, you say that why f.close is always in a separate cell. The reason, because I like to I like my things. I like things to keep clean. I like things to be distributed so that participants don't have problems understanding. I don't want to show you the messy code, right? I just want to keep the code clean. That's how things go with me. A personal problem with me, right? Just bear with that. Soptic, no, we cannot set the font size. No, we cannot, right? We're not working on Notepad. It's just text data. Yes, Bojraj, we can format the data while writing. That's true. Thank you, Naveen. Okay. Now, so we had American, we have Chinese, and this time we are going to take, okay. Okay, so Telugu is a language from Andhra, right? So I hope I'm right. Okay, so now this time I'm going to write this data, and let's see if it what it does with the old data. Yeah, we can do that, Kritika. Oops, it's a close file. Okay. First of all, I recreated the file. Let's check. Oops. See what I've done. I have overwritten the file, right? Right. Okay. I've overwritten the file. I'm going to write the data, and now let's check. Okay, the data has not been written. What I'm going to do is I'm going to close the file, and when I close the file, the data gets written. It's here. But every time if I'm opening the file, right, this line overwrites the old file every time, right? So every time when I'm trying to write a new data, right, it is basically it is overwriting the old data, old file, right? So what does that mean? That means basically that you cannot maintain the previous data. So how are you gonna deal with this situation, right? Anthony, that's the number of characters that I'm writing, right? 28. So how are you gonna deal with this information, this stage? So guys, can I ask, right, how you can maintain the old data, right? If you remember my initial explanation. All right, so yeah, so that's good. Yeah, using append, that's true. So I'm just going to show you a demonstration on append, right? So let's see how append works. Right. Okay, that's great. Yeah, I'm really glad that the participants are having excellent memory, and I'm very much sure that I'm going to get uh, uh, anaconda response, right? Okay. Thank you, Naveen. Thank you. Roshan, I'll come to that overwriting part. The problem is that, Roshan, I'll tell you, right? Until and unless you close the file, the write function doesn't write the data in the file. That is the problem, right? You need to close the file for getting your data written in the file. And if you want to write it once again, you're going to open the file, right? So that's how it overwrites. Append mode, blessing from Python. Okay, so here I'm going to create once again ds avengers.txt, and this time this is append mode. And first of all, you need to observe the existing data. Observe the existing data. Telugu is a lang from Andhra, right? I'm going to I've executed the file object, and I'm going to write something here, right? Hey, this is append mode. Did you see old data retained? If or right, if yes, append. Tutorial append is on. F4 dot close. And here it goes, right? So Ravi, I'll ask my team to send you the session. So I've executed the write here, right? So it is done. And now I'm going to check the lang here, right? Okay, lang, let's see, 1, 2, 3, finger crossed. Oops. What happened? What just happened? Okay, okay. Yeah, true. You know, just got messed up with the questions, right? Fine. Okay. So I just used Avengers file instead of lang, right? So what I'm supposed to do here is I need to check the Avengers here in that case. Append mode, right? It's appending from here, right? Hey, this is append mode. Did you see old data retained? If yes, append is on, right? So even this works, right? This works also. So no matter which file we are working on, if we can see the old data, that means the append is working. So Bochraj, the file names are not case sensitive in Windows, but they're sensitive in Linux, right? That depends on which OS you're working on. Okay. So this was a beautiful demonstration on the file part, right? Okay. Now just bear with me, guys, right? I'm going to show you a really huge demonstration on how we're going to do this thing using OOP, right? Naveen, we can't do that, right? With the default append. We can do that with the seek function. It is really handy. So guys, as I told you in the beginning that I'm going to involve OOP also. So I'm just going to write a program here, right? Just have things here, right? Just see the things here, right? It's going to be messy, right? It's going to be messy. Just be prepared. Class file handler def write data self comma content print URN write data and then content def wait data self path print URN wait data and path. Hey guys, Bojraj, I'll definitely, like if you want to format, you can do like this, right? Bojraj, you have been asking me all the time. So I think this should make sense, right? So while writing the data, if you want to format the string, you can do it like this, right? So that's how it's going to be done, right? Bojraj, is this okay? Okay, thank you, Bojraj. Thank you. Okay, guys, observe the code, right? This is a challenge for all of you, right? I hope that the participants remember the last session, right? This is just a dependency here. There is a class called file handler. This is for writing the data, and this is for reading the data, right? I'm not completing the code. I'm just creating the prototype. This is a prototype. I'm going to add inject code here, right? Just observe. Okay. Then we have something called class program, and this is how we do the inheritance, right? Hey guys, observe the inheritance. Observe. Sweet. The inheritance syntax, right? I'm assuming that most of you are familiar with the inheritance concept. As I see the responses, many people are already familiar with the languages. So this should work here, right? Just observe the syntax of inheritance. Thank you, Shagun, A1. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to def accept input self. Okay. Okay. Data equals to now this time. Okay. Input, enter whatever you want to be saved. Self dot write data. Observe calling function of base class. Yeah, Vani, it's a little complicated, but believe me, it is easy also, right? I'll just show you exactly how it is working. Hey guys, observe this. First of all, I've created an object of a program class, and the object name is P. I'm calling the function called p.acceptInput. So here it is calling the accept input. As per this function, it is going to ask the user for typing something. Whatever the user is going to type is going to store inside data. Here, I'm calling a function called write data. But the twist is that this write data doesn't belong to a program because it is nowhere declared in the same class. This write data function belongs to the file handler class, which is here. And why I'm able to access the function? Because I've done something called inheritance here. If I remove this line, or if I remove the inheritance, I will not be able to call the function from the base class. Right? So it's like this. Now, if I execute this, you can see that it has called accept input, and because of input function, it is asking me for the input. Blah, blah, nice, blah, and blah. So whatever I have entered is going to be stored inside data. I've called the write data function. Here is write data. And this data is going to pass inside content. So it will be having blah, blah, and then nice blah, blah. And then it is going to print you are in write data and then the blah, blah story. Let's check it out. Observe. Observe the sequence here. Okay, I'm just going to keep it simple in that case, right? Let's keep it simple. Now, as you observe that this is the content that I need to store in the file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, FO equals to ds slash okay db.txt comma w, right, and fo dot write content fo dot close, right, array data set, right. I am able to save the data. So this is how it is going to work. I actually plan for a read also, but keeping things simple here. So in the same way, you can code a read function, right? So if I give any path as input of the file, you can simply display the file content like that. Okay. So so this is something that I want to write. Self is a keyword, once again equivalent of this. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I remember the beautiful song from the TV show Big Bang Theory, and in that show, there was a time when Penny used to tell a bedtime song to the children. So, does anyone remembers that song? Yeah, thank you, Vishal Kumar. That's a soft kitty and like that, right? Okay, fine. Okay, that's great, yeah. Soft kitty and shiny kitty. I don't remember big ball. Okay, fine. So let's hit enter, right? Hooray, data saved, right? So I'm just going to check this db.txt whether my data is there or not. So here we have db, and here is the output, right? Soft kitty is shiny kitty and big ball. Okay. So thank you, Raghavendra. Thank you. So this is how things work, right? So this was how it was planned. So just added some OOP stuff, just added some inheritance thing, okay, and then with the objects, I'm able to call the functions, and I'm able to save the data, right? And this is a command line interface, and that's how the GUI also works. So Bharti, if we go through the OOP part, actually you are bound to go through OOP part. You cannot write codes without OOP, right? Unless until it is a script. If you are developing a product, let's say for a client or for a company, you are supposed to go with the OOP part. Vishnu, he says that what is the inheritance concept? So here is the answer. Inheritance is basically acquiring the property of a given class. So this function is a property of file handler, and the program wants to acquire this property, this function. So if a class is looking or wanting to acquire the members, the functions, or the assets of any of the classes, so they just follow this syntax, right? So what this syntax means? This syntax basically means that program wants to acquire the properties of file handler, and what we're acquiring, write data, it is here, and you can see that after acquiring, we are using it here, right? So how this acquisition helps? Because you can use it. In machine learning space, OOP is also required. Mostly no, because in machine learning, generally we write scripts, right? So we write scripts for for solving the task. But there's an example of Rosetta. Rosetta is one of the tool developed for machine learning. So Rosetta is a product, right? So our product is developed using OOP. But if you're solving a specific small number of objectives, so that doesn't require OOP in that case. So, guys, I'm just proceeding to my last final demonstration of today's session, and then believe me, I'm going to release you. Then you can have a long breath of relaxation. Okay, okay. Let's complete the final demonstration, and then we all are going to win this thing. Right? So let's get started. Okay, data analysis kind of thing, right? Or I'll call it kind of thing. Yes, Uptek, it is important. Guys, I have a file with me, right? And this is employees.csv. I just want you to check this out, right? What are the details in this file, right? Just giving you time of, let's say, a max of 1 minute. Thank you, Barsana. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. So, team, right? Team, did you study the data, right? Just study the column structure here. Did you study the data? Is it okay with all of you? We have first name, we have gender of employees, we have start date, last login time, we have salary of employees, we have bonus percentage, we have senior management, and we have team here. And I'm going to tell you that you're going to learn something new here, right? Just be with me. Just be with me, guys. Okay? Okay. Fine. Yeah, Bhojra, that's also there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, read that file, right? emp equals to open e/ds/employees.csv, comma r. Hey guys, CSV stands for comma separate values. It's just a plain text notepad file, nothing else. Sure, Himadri, I'll do that. For line in EMP, print line. I think this should make sense. What do you say, guys? Avinash, sure. So this makes sense, right? So the expected thing, oops, I forgot to execute. Should be like this. So does this output make sense, guys? Do you see the same data here? Just look at the beauty of Python, guys. You just learn reading the file and how handy it can be in the real time, in the production time, right? So now when you're working with something which is relevant to the companies, it really makes sense, and it really things are on the right track. I mean, yeah, we can add the R Pavitra before that, and I can simply remove this. Okay, emp dot close. So we cannot do that, right? Because for that we need a library. Guys, is everything okay till here, guys? Is everything okay? Okay, thank you. Now what I'm going to do is, okay, everybody can print the whole line. Can you print the first name only? Do you dare? Okay, so here's the challenge, guys. Somebody came, hacked my system, and just asked me to do something. Okay, so we have got the whole data, right? And we need to print the first name column only out of that. So how are you going to do that? So in this demonstration, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how you can do it. So what I'm going to do is just assume that this is the value of first. This is the first thing you are getting, right? I'm going to call the function called split. Split is a function which used to slice the data, right? Split is a function used to slice the data. Just keep this thing in mind, or any line. Just pick any line, and I'm slicing the data based on comma here. Just getting things simpler, and I've got chunks here. So this is an array, right? Like it's a list, right? It's a list. So what I've done, I've splitted the line based on comma here, and I've got the line in the form of array in chunks, and it is going to be index-based list. So in the zero index, what can you tell me, like in the zero index of chunk, what I will be getting? Yeah, so I slice the whole line based on the comma delimiter, and that's how I can get the first name, Douglas, Thomas, and Maria. So I'll just do the action here, and you can see that. We do have standard libraries for doing all this stuff that actually you'll be learning with me, all this stuff, but just giving you the concrete and core things to have things in you, right? So it's like that. So first thing. Okay, so this is beautiful, right? This is beautiful. No, Pavitra, I don't think so. We can do that. Saurabh, basically, if you observe the data, every data is separated by comma. Every line, every word is separated by comma, right? So I'm going to show you once again. Print line. So if you observe here, Saurabh, the values are separated by comma here, right? Comma. So what split does, basically it slices the values wherever it finds the comma, and it becomes an array, right? Okay. Now, what if I want to, guys, my question to you, all of you, what if I want to retrieve the team? So can you answer me? What if I want to retrieve the team? Excellent, 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 excellent. Great, yeah. I'm really surprised that the participants are really active, because what they told me is something that is only possible when you learn Python properly. Right? So print chunks -1. Oopsie. So we have got the team here. So in today's session, I'm just discussing the agenda here, guys. So I'm going to give you the overview of NumPy. I'm going to discuss something called arrays. Arrays are the backbone of NumPy, right? So in this today's session, we're going to play with arrays, right? So there's nothing which is conceptual, or there's no concept kind of thing here. So it's all about arrays here, right? So array, what is array and how we're going to use it? So you're going to see it in my coming demonstrations. Then we are going to work on array manipulations, and then some advanced array manipulations, and a lot of exercises that we are going to do today, right? So this is something which is planned for today's session. Now, everyone, right? So today we are going to start with NumPy, right? So first of all, we are talking about the NumPy here, right? So I'm just going to tell you exactly about the NumPy part first of all, and then we are having lots of demonstrations today, lots of demonstrations today, right? And there's going to be many inputs and outputs in today's programming. Now, uh, can I ask my participants how many of you are doing the practicals parallelly, so that I can just to make the speed with you, right? Or you can make the speed with me. So I'll just uh, so here we're talking about NumPy, right? So basically, first of all, what is NumPy basically, right? So NumPy is the most basic and powerful, module of Python, which basically allows you to work with data. Now, first of all, you need to establish some connection with data in NumPy, right? So if you're starting with the NumPy for the first time, you need to have data in your mind, right? So basically, I'll give an example, right? NumPy is not used in basic programming, right? Just understand this thing. We don't use NumPy in basic programming. So here we're talking about something which is your future. So let's take an example. Let's say we have a data, right? So let's say if we have a shopping data, or if we have a tabular data, if we have some records, rows and columns, right? So how are you going to represent those millions of rows and columns in programming sense? So for that, you need something called a multi-dimensional array, or a 2D array, right? So that array kind of concept is the backbone or the key of NumPy. So here I'm going to say three words here: NumPy, array, and data. So what is the connection between these three words: NumPy, array, and data? So NumPy provides you array that can store data. So, and that array is basically special because NumPy provides you hundreds of built-in functions, hundreds of built-in properties that can easily manipulate that data according to your requirement. So in today's session, in today's session, you're going to see that how we create arrays with NumPy, and how we can manipulate that array in various senses, right? In various ways. So that's how it is going to work. Now, okay, fine. One more note to all of you. NumPy is not going to make sense in today's session much. You know why? Because NumPy makes sense when the library or the array of NumPy is used in the data analytics further, and used in the machine learning further. So NumPy makes sense mostly when we have data, when we have data analytics, when we have NumPy all together. In that case, NumPy makes more sense to us, right? So in today's session, it is a array play. I'll say like that. It is an array play. So you're going to learn how to play with array and how you can, simply juggle around, this array kind of concept. So once again, I would like to give you a simple conclusion here. There are three things that you need to take care of. One is NumPy, array, data. The data is stored and represented in the form of array, and this array is provided by NumPy. Now, here is a question. Here is a question. We can represent the data in the form of Python list as well, in the form of Python dictionaries as well, in the form of Python tuples as well, right? So why we are talking about NumPy arrays? That is the question here, right? Okay, now listen to me carefully. Now, first of all, the traditional data structures, the traditional data structures that we are talking about from the Python part is the tuples. We have lists, we have sets, we have dictionaries, but these data types, these data structures from Python have a bad side of them, right? Yeah, have a bad side to them, have a have a curse associated with them. And I'm going to tell you exactly what curse is there which is associated with the Python data structures, with the standard Python data structures that we are talking about here. And that curse is the hunger of eating the memory. There are two curses I'm talking about here. The first curse that is associated with the basic Python data structures is the hunger to eat memory. So when you're using list, when you're using tuples, dictionaries, or sets, even the normal integers, they eat memory. They take a huge chunk of memory for the small data or for the smallest block of data. They eat more than that. That is the first thing. So the first point is they are hungry about memory, right? The RAM part. Now, the second part is the performance. They are very slow, right? So I'm going to show you a demonstration for this. So the standard Python data types are slow. They perform very slow when you're doing large computations. Yeah. So when you're doing computation on matrices, right? So when you are multiplying matrices, when you are, iterating through matrices, when you're doing traversal over matrices kind of thing. So, they are comparatively slow. So all these curses of basic Python data structures are actually reversed in positive way. So when we talk about the array which is provided under the NumPy tree, so this array has got everything which is not there in Python data structures, and I'll say only two words here. One, memory efficiency. One, memory efficiency, right? NumPy, the arrays under the NumPy tree eat a lot less memory compared to what a list or a tuple requires in their cases. So the very first thing is that NumPy arrays eat a very less memory, right? Now the second point is that NumPy arrays are super fast. They perform excellent, right? They perform excellent in terms of performance, right? So if you're talking about the latency part here, it has got a very high latency. Means it's super performing, right? You simply get the response in milliseconds, right? So whereas the same computation, the same programming takes seconds or even more than that in Python data structures. Okay. Now the question is that, now the question once again, right? Once again, I asked, when I was learning NumPy years back, so I asked my trainer that why so NumPy is faster compared to basic Python. So the answer is that the faculty, the trainer told me that, at that time, that the NumPy is built on top of C, right? So NumPy is written in C programming language along with some basic Python as well. So most part of NumPy is written in C, and that's why NumPy performs faster than Python. So this is the reason why NumPy data structure. So the only thing that we are going to pull from NumPy is that we are going to pull the data structure only. We are going to pull the arrays only, right? So from NumPy, we are not going to pull the OOP concepts. From NumPy, we're not going to pull the file handling concepts. From NumPy, we're not going to pull, the exception handling concepts. No, we are going to pull the data structure only. And once again, I would like to give you the conclusion here. Why we are pulling the data structure, the array part from NumPy? Because of only two things. And the first thing is, once again, the memory efficiency. And the second is that the performance, right? Memory efficiency and performance. Only these are the two reasons why we use the data structure, the array part from NumPy. Okay, so guys, I would like to ask you, right? Is the fundamental of NumPy is clear to you, right? Did I make it clear exactly what we are talking about here, NumPy? The point is that you need to understand why we need to use NumPy, right? And things like that. Yes, Optic, it provides a ND array, right? So n-dimensional array. Thank you, Bindi Santa. Thank you, Bhavya. Thank you, Pavitra. It's a library, Ashutosh. It's a library. It's a library. Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay. Eligeni, why it is fast, it is not clear. So he says. So basically, thank you, Divanjan. It is fast because it is written in C, right? So C is generally faster by its nature. So that's why it is fast. Once again, Jeffrey, it uses stack, right? Okay. So the NumPy key, right? The last line here is that what is the key to NumPy requirement or NumPy performance or memory efficiency? And the answer is n-dimensional arrays, right? Okay. So this is just this is just a summary of exactly what I've discussed here with some extended information here. So it says like NumPy is an open source library available in Python that aids in mathematical computation, whether you are doing scientific computation, whether you're doing engineering calculations, or you're doing data science programming. So as I told you in the beginning, right? When you're doing core NumPy, it doesn't make much sense, right? So when you're doing the fundamentals of NumPy, but when you're doing the computations at a higher level with bigger challenges, and in those cases, when you see the memory efficiency, when you see the performance efficiency, in those sections, you find the sense to NumPy, right? So in today's session, I'm going to tell you what arrays are and how you can play with the arrays. And further, in my next session, I'm going to show you exactly how NumPy arrays are used, right? Okay. So NumPy is basically an incredible library to perform mathematical and statistical operations. As I told you earlier, it works perfectly well for multidimensional arrays and matrices multiplication. So it is like it's a lot of mathematics involved here. So in today's session also, we're going to discuss some of the mathematics here. So let's get started. This is the last slide, right? So as I do in most of my sessions, that I keep the content on the lower side. So this is something that I want to tell you: n-dimensional array or ND array, right? So when we're talking about performance, when we're talking about memory efficiency, who is the hero here? Who is the who is the reason here? Who is the strong part here for bringing all these features through NumPy? And that is called ND array, right? It's all the n-dimensional array. So we're going to work on this ND array, right? And it is a powerful n-dimensional array object, and it has advanced array slicing methods. So I hope you remember the slicing Walla part, right? I think we did it in strings, right? We did it in list as well. In list, I told you to repeat actually. Okay, fine. Thank you, Vani. Thank you, Saignish. And I'm going to tell you something about reshaping, exactly what exactly reshaping is, right? So there is a lot of things that I'm going to cover today, and just be with me, right? And the most important part before starting the practical, right? The most important part before starting the practical is that you need to think in the same way as I am thinking. You need to grab the question first of all. You need to, grab the question, and then you need to understand the logic, and you need to see the output and compare the logic with the output. So it's going to be a 2-3 stage process that we're going to work with, because in today's session we're going to play with a lot of numbers, right? So a lot of numbers we're going to play with. So you need to be careful, right? What we are talking about here. Don't lose the connection. Don't lose the connection, right? Don't lose the connection first. That's a note. Okay. So I'm going to launch the Jupyter part here. And now I'm going to click on Python 3. Here's the beautiful Jupyter, NumPy in action. So here we have NumPy, and so Rajesh, according to your question, the remaining 4 sessions you can see probably in your upGrad portal in case if the videos are not available there. So I request you to drop a mail to the upGrad care team, and they're good at replying and resolving their issues. I'm very much sure. All right, thank you, Rajesh. Fine. So here we're starting with the NumPy in action. And first of all, what we're going to do in order to use the NumPy library, basically, we need to import the module, right? Import NumPy. So this import is a keyword in Python, which is to include a library, and the library that I'm including here is import NumPy. The best part is that we are using Anaconda distribution, and in Anaconda distribution, basically you get the popular libraries are already installed, and this is how we include the module, right? And further, I'm going to call some good functions, right, for doing the computations. So repeating, so this will be the syntax for calling the functions, right? So I'm going to call some functions from this library, and for every function calling, I need to use the reference of the module, so and that is NumPy. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an alias here as NP. So basically, this alias helps me in reducing the typing, right, the keystrokes. So further, when I'm going to use the function from the NumPy library, instead of writing the whole NumPy, I can simply write NP here. So I think this alias makes sense now, right? So I hope everybody is clear with the alias part. Okay, thank you, Reshma. Okay, that's great. That's great. So that's how we start, guys. Import NumPy as NP. NP is an alias for NumPy. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a an array here, right? An array, right? So what I'm going to do is my Python list equals to 1, 2, 3, and 4. So here, what I've done, I've created a list, and you can easily see that this list belongs to Python. And for easy understanding of exactly what we are doing, I've just named the variable according to the context here, right? So that is my Python list. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to let's convert list, my Python list into NumPy array, right? So I'm going to convert that list into NumPy array for getting the maximum performance out of it. So Saurabh, okay, just a second, guys. Saurabh, you got an import error, right? Saurabh, can I ask you, like, are you using Anaconda or the plain standard Python? Anaconda. You must not get import. In case if you're using Anaconda, okay, Sai Ganesh, for you, go to the kernel menu and click on restart. That is your thing. Saurabh, NumPy in action import. Saurabh, this should not be there. I think every Anaconda has this NumPy. Yeah, Salai. That's not required, Salai, as of now, but NumPy should be there. Roshan, you're getting NumPy error? Okay. So can we do one thing, right? Let's go to environments And I'll simply, click here, open terminal, conda install NumPy. Let's see if this works, right? Okay, fine. I'm happy to see that for you it is working. But Saurabh, I'm really unsure about why you're getting that error. So I think you can follow the same command here as I'm doing for for installing the pandas. Thank you. I'll just move back, right? So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to convert that list, my Python list, and I'm going to store in this variable NumPy array. Print NumPy underscore array. Okay. Print type NumPy underscore array. So here, guys, this is how it works, right? So it's just a basic start that I'm giving to all of you. Make sure that you're not slow and lazy right now, because it is going to be a very tricky programming further. So Shruti says, Shruti, please post the questions to attendees as well, right? So Shruti has a question. What she says that what is the use of converting list to array? So the use of converting a list to the array is that now when you convert a list into array, the very first thing is that it is going to occupy less memory. Second, whatever further computations you're going to perform on array will be faster compared to the Python list. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, thank you, Shruti. Fine. So once again, you need to remember two things in the background: memory efficiency. I'm going to show you the proof for this, right? I'm going to show you the proof for this. Don't worry. And performance, right? Yes, Shagun, that's true. Because Shagun, the reason to your question is because it is an object. That's why, not a kind of structure. Okay, so here you can see that I told you that the key or the backbone of NumPy arrays is the ND array. You can see the ND array here, right? So this is what I was talking about. Now we will not call it as array. It is a ND array, right? So it goes like that. Now I'm going to show you some more demonstration. So the next 10 minutes are going to be easy, right? And further, it is going to be tricky. So just make sure you go with that. Okay. I'm going to show you some more basic demonstrations on NumPy. So here we have arrays, various data types. Thank you, Roshan, for that. Thank you very much for informing. That really helps. So arrays of various data types that I'm going to talk about here. So here x equals to np.array, and here I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I print x here, so it prints 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I print the data type, right? So if I print the data type of that array, it is int32, right? So data type is a property here which is used to print print the data type of that particular array, and that's how we go it like that. Okay, fine. So further moving to the other thing, other demo, x or y equals to np.array, and here we have 1.0 comma 2.0 comma 3.0, and if I print y, we'll see the output of that y, and here I'm going to print the data type of y. So I'm doing some simple things here, just making you comfortable in the first 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, and then further we're going to jump on some bigger things, right? So just getting you familiar, right? Spending some goody times with these arrays. Okay. Surin, you can have different data types as well, right? So that's not an issue. Okay. X, Y, Z equals to np.array, and this time I'm going to mention 1, 2, 3 type equals to np.array. and 64. Okay, print z dot dtype. Okay, so dtype is a property, guys, we used to know the data type of the given array. So here you can see that in the first example we saw that it is int32, and then in the second example we have float 64, and in the next demonstration we have a medium, a mechanism to specify what data type we want, right? So this is how we do that. So this is how it is going to be done, right? So just giving some time, just giving us a pause of 15 to 30 seconds so that I can help Saurav Kamal. Saurav, you said that updation was done. I close the command prompt. Saurav, you do one thing. You simply Google online compiler for Python and just start programming on that thing, right? So that will be helpful in today's session. Okay. So here in this Z wala part, right? So in this section, basically, I just explain you exactly in case if you want to specify data type, right? It's supposed to be int32 first of all, right? But let's say for some reason you want the data type of this array to be int64. So instead of int32, so that's why you can that's how you can specify the data type. It's like that. No, Reshma, dtype is not for listing of properties and methods. Dtype is for data type, right? It's for knowing the data type or for specifying the data type. So you can use in both the ways. Okay, fine. So I hope everybody is getting along with NumPy, right? Once again, I would like to tell you that once again, I would like to tell you that the main reason why we are using the arrays from NumPy is for performances, and there are three reasons I will say, right? I will say three reasons. One, memory efficiency. Two, performance. And three, huge sets of functions for array manipulation. So I'm going to discuss this thing also. No, Shivani, data cannot be used with the normal Python programs. Yeah, Jeffrey, it can have. Okay. Asim, when you have less than U11 something data type, and that is for string representation, right? It's for Unicode kind of thing. Rohit, multidimensional arrays are possible in Python. That's always there. Okay. Okay, everyone. Now just sit back, relax, and now I'm going to show you how NumPy is memory efficient, right? So how NumPy is memory efficient, right? So I'm going to show you a demonstration here. And in that demonstration, I'm going to show you exactly how NumPy can be a memory efficient thing. And Ravina, as per your question, by all the arrays that I've created till now are one-dimensional only. They're not 2D arrays. I'll show you how to create 2D arrays. Okay, I'm sorry for that. So, I'm going to, tell you exactly how NumPy is memory efficient. This explanation will give you a strong foundation exactly why you need to learn NumPy, why you cannot exclude NumPy. Do you know that NumPy is mandatory for, all the data science programs? You cannot skip it. So let's see a demonstration where we'll find that how NumPy is memory efficient. And for that, I'm going to introduce one more module here, and that is something called time. Right, time is one of the module which deals with the time, time related activities, time, day, hours, minutes, isn't it? Like that. And it has a function called ticks, right? That I'm going to use in my further demonstrations. So just giving you, a hint here of overview that there is a module called time that I'm going to use in my further demonstrations, right? On in this demonstration also. So how NumPy is memory efficient? So what we are going to do is we are going to, okay, let me tell you the plan. we are going to create a list and a list in Python and an array in NumPy of size 1000. You got this, guys? So what we're going to do is we're going to create a list of in Python an array in NumPy of size 1000 elements, and we are going to check the total memory occupancy of each list and array. So that's how we'll come to know that exactly, you know, exactly what size they're occupying, and if there is a huge difference, it will give us a strong reason to, to go with the NumPy part. So here it goes like this. Import sys. This is once again one more module in Python, right? And why we are using sys, I'll tell you, because sys has a function called sys.getSizeOf. So sys has a function called getSizeOf, which returns the size, in bytes. So whatever value you pass, let's say I pass an integer here. Let's say I pass integer 1. So it's an integer, right? So what it is going to do, it is going to, give me the size of integer, not the 1. So this is system, that's true. So you can see here that how much memory, sorry, integer occupies in Python. And here you can see that it occupies 28 bytes. Sorry, that's huge. All right, guys, so I'm back. Just had a trouble with the network connections. Okay, so that is a get size of, and let's proceed further. So we have something called Python list, and here I'm going to use a function called range, and I'm passing the value 100. When I says you got 14, right? That depends on maybe the difference in the Python version probably, and the operating system also. In case if you're using a different operating system or a different Python version, there are chances of differences, right? Because in different operating systems, the memory occupancy is different. And I'm using 64-bit. Okay. No, Palak, it's get size off. Okay. Arrays are homogeneous, right, Nivas? Okay, so let me complete the demonstration here, right? So that I can show you the things here. So here I'm generating numbers. So range function generates numbers from 0 to n minus 1. So it is going to generate numbers, right? I'm just showing you, right? So okay, it shows like that, but believe me, it has numbers within it. I can iterate through that. Now, in the next demonstration, what I'm going to do is I'm going to generate a NumPy array of the same size, NumPy array, and here I'm going to generate a 1000, right? So NumPy has a function called arange, does the same work as range in Python, right? So here you can see that I'm using I've created two lists here. One is the Python list, and second is a NumPy array. Now here, for generating the NumPy array, I'm using the arange function from the NumPy library, and the size is the same. The size is 100, so it's also 100 elements. And so what I'm saying, it's 1000, right? So it is 1000 elements in the Python and 1000 elements in the array. Now, what I'm going to do is printing. Okay, the total size occupied by Python list is comma. So we have Python underscore list, right? The total number of elements in Python list into sys.get size of a number, because all the numbers are integers in Python. So here, okay, let me explain this thing, right? Shagun, both are same. KD, you are using double R. It's single R in A range. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Okay, so here I'm retrieving the number of elements in the list. Okay, so len is for number of elements in a list into the size of one integer. Okay, number of integers in a list into size of one integer. That's how it's going to do. Okay. Okay. Print. Coming to the questions, right? Just give me a moment. The total size of the total size of NumPy array, right? So for this, what I'm going to do is NumPy array an array dot size into NumPy underscore array dot item size, like that. Okay, so that's how it goes like. So here we have a function, okay, property, right? It's getting complex, I know, but just be with me, right? NumPy array dot size, it returns equivalent to len, okay? It returns equivalent to len into item size. Item size is okay, fine. Okay, fine. NumPy underscore array dot size returns number of elements in array. This will be better, right? If I write it here, NumPy underscore array dot item size returns size occupied by one element in NumPy array. Okay, like that. So in case if you want to print these values differently or separately, you can do that, right? I'm just trying to show you exactly what the output is and how it is working. Oops, where is the error? Okay, I forgot one. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. Okay. Okay, fine. So here is the difference, guys. The total size occupied by Python list is 28,000 bytes, whereas the total size of NumPy array is 4,000 bytes. So you can see the difference here. It's huge difference, and the difference is such huge that it is, many times manifold, right? It's manifold what it is actually is. So we have the same number of elements, 1,000 and 1,000. So if we do the same thing in Python, so it is 20,000 bytes, and if we do use the same thing in NumPy, it is 4,000. So it's such a huge memory saving, isn't it? So that's too much. Okay, so coming back to the questions here, guys. So I have a lot of questions which are going in the chatting window. So guys, in case, okay, fine. So here's a small formula for all of you. In case if you are finding different sizes in your systems, that's completely okay. That depends on what kind of operating system, what kind of Python version you're using. So whether it is a 32-bit OS, 64-bit OS, Python, which version, right? So there are a lot of factors which affects all these things. So, and that's okay. For the time being, I would like to encourage you to see the difference, right? And no matter what numbers you're getting, but the size of the general Python must be at the higher side. That's what I'm trying to show here, right? Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you another demonstration that is going to be a little more tricky, and it is going to take some more concentration, right, from my participants. So here in this demonstration, I'm going to show you exactly performance, right? Performance vector in NumPy, right? So this is something that we're going to talk. Performance is something, which is always been the number one priority when compared to space occupancy. So we already have learned in data structures that we give priority to performance, the time complexity compared to the space complexity. So this is what it is all about here. So in this demonstration, I'll just show you the plot. Exactly what I'm going to do here is, so in order to show you the performance factor, I'm going to show you the output in the milliseconds sense, right? So what is this output in the millisecond sense? So let me tell you the whole plot here. So I'm going to create two Python list and two NumPy arrays, right? So I'm going to create two lists, which is like L1 and L2 in Python, and N1 and N2 in arrays, and I'm going to I'm going to see the difference in time or time comparison, right? And we will compare exactly how much time did it took to add exactly, right? I'm saying different time comparison while adding, right? While adding the two list, right? So I'm going to see the difference in time, right? It's a time comparison while adding the two list. So I'm going to add the two Python list, and I'll check the time consumed in adding the two Python, and then I'm going to check the time consumed in adding the two NumPy arrays. Uh, Hi, Josh. That's good, but it is going to make the program complex here. So I'm just keeping it simple and letting the same thing on you, so that after I'm done with the basics, you can extend that, and or else I can do it offline. Import time, as I told you earlier, right? So that's why I discussed this thing. Import time is one of the module that deals with the time part, and time module has a function called time, right? What it does, it returns something called ticks or seconds, right? So this is like that. So here there's a function called time.time, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this function and returns the number. What is this number? This number is actually a seconds, right? So basically, it's basically like from 1st Jan 1970, how many seconds have elapsed? So it's like that, right? Sounds, yeah, epoch. That's true, Shruti. So, okay, you remember all these things, right? That's good. That's good. Okay. So this is seconds, right? So I'm just going to use these seconds. And I'm just going to show you the some basic thing here, right? Start and end, right? So basically, end minus start. So that's how we see the difference, right? So that's how we see the difference, basically like how much time has crossed, and there was no difference in the time. So I'm going to make some difference here, like 0.2. Okay, fine. So you can see here, so it's a delay of 200 millisecond. So there's a function called type, right? I'm not confusing you, right? I'm not confusing you. So I just wanted to show you that when you compare the computation, you get the response in less than 1 second, right? So you get this kind of value. So what I'm trying to say here is that in order to show you the difference in the milliseconds, I'm going to multiply the number by 1,000, so that you have a precise idea about how many milliseconds have passed by. So the output is going to be in milliseconds. I'm just preparing you for this magic or this math here, right? So in 1 second there are 1,000 milliseconds. So this is something which is there, right? So 1,000 milliseconds is something is the unit for 1 second. So because the difference is going to be very, very less, it's going to be some 0.00 something. So if I want to tell you exactly how much, like, because we cannot understand 0.00, isn't it? So that time is something that that it's difficult for us to imagine or visualize. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to convert the difference of 0 point something 002 something 3 in by multiplying it into 1,000. So that gives us the time in milliseconds. So that's how it is going to work, right? So guys, is this concept clear to all of you, right? So I was just preparing, right? I've not started my demonstration. Okay. Okay, that's great. That's great. Okay, fine. So here, let's get started. So this is list one, and in list one, I'm going to prepare. Okay. It is difficult for me to count, isn't it? Okay, it's 10 lakh. I got it. Okay, so this is how it is going to work, right? So I've created a list of numbers, right? I'll do this because I'm going to use it. Okay, now this makes more sense. So I have two lists here, right? And can I ask, this list belongs to Python or NumPy? Okay, Python, that's true, because obviously that's true. And here, A1, we have np.arange, and we have the same size, and we have A2 here, np.arange, and here we have the same size. So guys, as I told you that we are going to create two lists here. One pair is for Python, and one pair is for NumPy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add both the list, and we're going to calculate the time difference here, right? So let's do this. So first of all, let's do this for the Python part, right? So what I'm going to do is start time, right? Started the meter, right? Or the count, the time tracking, right? Started the time tracking. Now in the further code, what I'm going to do is result equals to okay, for x comma y and zip L1 comma L2. Okay, guys, it's a beautiful expression here, right? So what this for loop is doing, basically, I'm using a built-in function called zip. What zip function does, it extracts one item from L1, one item from L2. It stores that one item in X and the one item in Y, right? So it is going to pull one item from, okay, zip function is going to pull one item from each list, and it is going to assign one item into X and Y. That's true, Shruti. Yeah, that's true, right? Okay. Zip is from Python, right? Zip is from Python, not from NumPy. So once again, I'm repeating, zip is a function which is going to pull one item from list 1 and list 2, and it is going to assign into X and Y, right? So this is going to run 10 lakh times, and every time the value of X and Y is getting replaced. So what I'm doing with that X and Y, I'm going to add the values, right? So look at this expression. Okay, thanks. Is it okay? I'm sorry. Oh, zeros. You're bad. Okay, fine. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate your attention, right? And one more thing I want to say here, right? So when the participants are asking the question, in case if my other participant knows the answer, please type in the chat window. That will help me, continuing with my content. Thank you, Shruti. Okay, so guys, I hope this expression is understood here. And whatever it is going to return in the form of list, square bracket represents list. Remember, square bracket represents list, and it is going to store it inside result, right? Okay. So guys, what we have done here, I extracted the item using the zip function. I extracted one item from list 1, assign into X, one item from list 2, assign into Y. What happened with that X and Y? What happened is that those X and Y got added, right? And whatever the number was generated, like 0 and 0 plus 0, 0, 1 plus 1, 2. So it's like 0 comma 2, right? So that's why, yeah, it's a comprehension, you can say, right? So this is the beauty of Python also, right? That's how it works, like. And NumPy is more beautiful than this, right? I'm telling you, right? Just give me some more time to show you. So it is going to contain the addition of all the list, right? And now this is stop here, time. Okay, getting the current time after addition, right? I think this makes sense, isn't it? So we basically stored the start time, we did some math magic here, and then we pulled the current time in the stop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the difference. Print list took, comma, stop minus start into 1000. I think this should make sense, isn't it? Okay. Am I missing any bracket? No. Fine. Fine. So list took stop minus start into 1000 milliseconds. So that's how it works, right? So this should be understood by my participants, right? This time tracking, right? How I have done this. Thank you, Sneh. Now in the next phase, let's do time tracking for NumPy now. Okay, let's do time tracking for NumPy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start once again time.take, right? And I'm going to add the arrays. So result equals to a1 plus a2. Now first of all, so you can see the beauty of NumPy here, that you don't have to see go through all that complex stuff that was looking beautiful actually. And I'm going to time.take and just retrieving the time, and let's do a small copy paste here so that we can save some time here. And Python took NumPy took milliseconds, right? Okay, that's great. Fine. So let's see the magic here. Let's execute 1, 2, and 3. Oops, my mistake. All right, so here it's a hooping difference, right? Okay, it's a hooping difference. So we can see the huge difference in the time taken by the Python data structures and the time taken by what's that? The NumPy data structure, right? So it took, in my case, it took 230 milliseconds for adding two lists in Python, and if I do that with the NumPy array, it merely took 18 milliseconds, right? So it's really a huge difference, right? So yes, MNBGTY, it can be used for more than 2, right? So that's also possible. Fine. So guys, everyone, right? So did you observe the difference in performance and memory efficiency, right? So can I ask you, are you convinced with the efficiency of NumPy, guys? So in my okay, next topics, I'm going to discuss a lot of things here, right? So okay, generating random numbers in Python. Okay, guys. Now, because you have a good because you have a good base now, so I'm going to going to do it a little quick here. So I'm not going into details, just see the code and learn the output, learn the response, and then proceed further. In case if you have a doubt, you can just point me. Otherwise, I'm going to move in a little quicker way here. Okay, fine. Generating random numbers in NumPy, right? So let's do that. Okay, printing. Okay, print np.random.ran2, 2, right? Okay, fine. So here, this is a function called rand, right? So what it does basically, it prints it generates an array. It generates an array of given dimension, and the numbers will be between 1 and 0. Okay, so it generates an array of given dimension, and the numbers will be between 1 and 0. You can see the numbers are between 1 and 0, right? And the dimension is 2 by 2, right? 2 rows and 2 columns, right? Yes, we can do that. So I'm going to show you, right, 2 rows and 6 columns, like that. Okay, so you can see that you can have you have a number generator within the range between 1 and 0, right? Yes, we do have, right? I'm just going to answer you a lot of things here. Okay, so another one is np.random.choice. We have a, we have e, we have I. Oh, okay, guys, just keep a gaming sense in mind, right? Just keep a gaming sense in mind. Let's say you have a game where there are a lot of players playing around, and you need to, correlate those players with some sort of array or matrix So that's how you can do it, right? Okay, so we have the choice here, right? Okay, so you can see here that every time I'm executing, I'm getting a different alphabet, mostly A and U, right? Okay, and this time I got E, and this time I got I. What I can do here is I can specify a size, and I can specify how many characters I want, right? Okay, so here basically what I've done is that out of this choice, out of this list, right, how many random alphabets are needed by me, right? So it's like that. Okay. So fine, just have a gaming sense in mind, right? You just creating some game and some random sense of some random sort of behavior you want. So out of a given set of characters, so you can simply have this thing in your mind. Okay, guys, I'll just proceed further. There are a lot of things to be done in random. I'm just going to into detail because this is sufficient to give you a strong knowledge. Excuse me. Sorry. Shape of array. Okay, fine. This reminds me of one of the Hollywood songs, I believe. Okay, shape of array we are talking about here. So what is shape of array? For that, I'm going to give you an example here. So here we have something about shape, which basically it tells you about the dimensionality of array, right, or NumPy array. Print a, so it is print a, and print a dot shape. So here you can see that it is 4 comma. Now, first of all, why this 4 comma is coming? Okay, so first of all, it's a 1D array or one dimensional array. Okay, now this is something that you need to take care. And what dot shape does, it returns number of elements in 1D array case only, right? So if it is 2D array, it is going to behave differently, but in 1D array, it is going to return the number of elements in the array. So how it behaves in a 2D array, let's see in this another demonstration. So this time I'm going to create one more array, np.array, and this time I'm going to create a 2D array. Okay, fine. And here we have 5, 6, 7, 8. So guys, now especially for the beginners, right? Especially for the beginners, this is a 2D array. Whenever I create a 2D array, creating 2D array, so you need to represent this thing like this, right? So how you visualize that part, right? So that's important here. So it's like 1, 2, 3, sweet, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So that's how you visualize, guys. Okay, so you need to visualize the array in this sense and make sure that you have the same you have the logic of rows and columns where the rows index starts from 0 and the one column index also starts from 0, right? It's a matrix. That's true, Sujit. It's a matrix. So what is the shape of this array, right? Let's find out. Print b dot shape. What's the problem here? I did some mistake. Yes, I did a mistake here. And what's that mistake is? I forgot to add a square bracket here because it expects. Okay, good. No, it's not data type. By default, it's int 32. Leave it. Okay, fine. So it's so you can see here, guys, b dot shape. So how many rows and how many columns are there? So you can see here, there are 2 rows and 4 columns, isn't it? So when you see shape, it basically, doesn't count from 0, right? So it's a general counting, right? There are 2 rows and 4 columns. So I think now this shape makes sense, isn't it? So okay. So guys, Did you understand that shape function is basically used to know the dimensionality of a given array object in NumPy? Is that clear, guys? Knowledge level here. Fine. So once again, I'm going to use this array object here, right? So once again, I'm using b.array. Yeah, KD can be multi-dimensional too. So here we have this array, and you can see here it is printing in the same way as I visualize it here. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the shape of B is comma B, the dot shape. So the shape of B is 2 comma 4. It is right, 2 rows and 4 columns, 1 2 3 4. So that's good. Yeah. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to reshape the array, right? I'm going to reshape the array. Now this is something which is beautiful, right? Everyone now observe here, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reshape it. B equals to B dot reshape. This time I'm going to make it okay, 4 comma 2, right? Okay, print B. Okay, print /n/n. So does this make sense, guys? Is it 4 comma 2, right? Just check after resizing. Is it 4 comma 2? Yeah, that's true. So you can see the beauty of NumPy here is that how easily you can simply change the structure. Print shape, and that is b dot shape once again. So here you can see that the shape of B initially was 2 rows and 4 columns, and here it is 4 rows and 2 columns after calling the reshape method here, right? So this is something which is beautiful about NumPy, right? So it's like that. So I hope this makes more sense now, right? How we reshape it. Apart from that, we have one more function, right? Flatten, right? Okay, so what does flatten does, right? For that, I'm going to give you an example here. B equals to B dot flatten. So as the name suggests, right? As the name says, it brings all the values in 1D order, right? So what do you mean by 1D order, right? Let's print after flattening. Yes, Asim, that's true. After flattening, the value of B looks like this. Okay, so what do you have here? We have all the values of that 2D array, or the 4 row 2 and 3 row 2. So it basically flats all the values and simply in the one dimension, right? So that's how you get it. So as I told you in the beginning of my session that it's all about array play today, how you're going to play with the array, and it's going to be more fun ahead, right? There's a huge fun waiting further. Vani, for 3D array, right? I'll just give you a hint here. Vani 3D array goes like this, right? 2 comma 3 comma 4, right? And then we have here 5 comma 6 comma 7. Okay, Vani, I hope this makes some sense, right? So I'm just giving you a hint here, right? I hope that helps. Sujit, what's the use of flattening? It depends, according to your requirement. Let's say you want your data to be in linear fashion, right? So if you want your data to be in linear fashion, you can use the flattening. So here we are not learning any question or any property or a method because of a reason, but we may require it, or we might require it in further future while doing the data analytics or machine learning. That's why it's going like that, right? Okay, moving further, right? Moving further. Okay, just a small test, guys, right? Okay, just a small test out of this NumPy array. I'm going to write some codes here, and I'm not going to execute. I just want your responses to be there on the chat screen, right? So let's get started. A equals to, and it's going to be quick, right? A equals to empty.array, and I'm going to create 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4, comma 5. Okay, print type A, right? Just yeah, elegantly I'll do that. Just type the answers, right? Comma A2. Just verifying, right? Print A0. Okay, and okay, I'll do that. A0 equals to 5. Print A. Okay, guys, this will be fun if you can execute, right? Because whatever you're thinking of output is not there. Oh, that's good, Ravina, Snehal. That's good. Suamati, please check the code and observe, right? What is happening? Observe. So first of all, in order to, okay, I think you're asking about this one, right? So I'm just explaining this one. Rest should be okay. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. First of all, you need to learn exactly how you visualize the 2D array, right? So there are two lists here, one list and second list. So this is the first list and this is the second list. Now, basically, this position is basically 0, comma 0. Oops, I missed something. My insert is on. Okay. 1, 2, and 3. This position is 0. Okay, this is called 0 row. Okay, this is called 0 row, and this is called 1 row. Okay, you need to observe this one. 0 row and 1 row. And this is 0 column, 1 column, 2 column. Once again, 0 column, 1 column, and 2 column. Okay, so from 0 row and 0 column. So this is 0 row and 0 column. So it is going to print 1. 0 row and 1 column, 0 row and 1 column, 2. 1 row and 0 column, 1 row and 0 column is this 4. So it's like 1, 2, and 4. Thank you, Katie. Thank you very much. I hope this makes sense, right? Thank you, Anthony. Thank you very much. Now it is going to be more complicated, guys. Everyone just buck up, just tighten your seat belts, and we are just moving forward with some more complex things here, right? So let's get started. Here we are talking about something called slicing, right? And slicing in 2D array, right? So this is going to be a little complex part. So I hope so everybody is ready for this. Now here I'm going to create an array here, np.array, and this time I'm going to create an array, right? In case if you can tell me the structure in chat window, it will be very good. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How it's gonna look like. Oopsie, 7, 8, 9. Let's make it more complicated. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I just made it more complicated, guys. 11. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Buddy, where are you? 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay. Okay. I don't know what shape it is. Let's check it out. Oopsie, what happened, buddy? Did I miss some? Okay. Oh, come on. Every time I'm missing these brackets. Okay, got it. So it's 3 rows and 4 columns, right? Thank you, Shruti. Thank you. Okay, fine. That's great. So for the beginners, right, I'm just going to construct this array here for the visualization sake. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. All right. So this is how this array is going to look like, right? Okay. Now, what we want basically, I want to extract. Okay, we are doing slicing here, right? So basically, slicing means that just retrieving the values out of this array. So how we are gonna retrieve the values from this array? Now here, the challenge is to retrieve the first row. Okay, the first row. Okay, when I say first row, can you tell me what row I'm talking about here? Okay, okay, fine. First index. Okay, fine. So, okay, now can I'm more clear now, right? So when I say index, that becomes a technical term. When I say first row, it is English. So when I say first index, that becomes technical, isn't it? So the first index row is, the one index row is this one, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the challenge here is to retrieve this whole row, right? We don't want any other data out of this matrix. So how are we going to do that? So this is something called slicing, right? So we have done this in string manipulations as well. So we're going to do this in an array, right? NumPy array. So let's do this. How are we going to do it, right? Okay. So first of all, okay, A, and specify the row and specify the column here. Okay, everyone. So specify the row and the column. Okay. Some people are trying. I want to, okay, from row 1, I want the first row and all the columns. Yeah, that's true. Oops. A10:4 Sakshi says, fine. Every person is trying. Okay. Why it's not working? I've done the right way, I believe. What is happening here? Am I missing something? Yes, I'm missing. I'm tangled in the questions, I believe. Okay. Fine. Sweta Kumari. Okay, 1:1:01. 1:2 KDI. You sure? Okay. Fine. So here you can see, guys, right? So how this syntax goes like? This syntax goes like A row index, comma, star means all columns. Okay, column index. Okay, it's like this. So in case if you're new to this, right, if you're facing trouble, so the syntax for this expression goes like this. A, the row index. So the row index is 1, right? And the column index, I want all the columns, right? So that is colon, like that. Colon is for all. So we can do the same thing in different sense, right? So for that, it's going to be a little complicated this time also. Row 1 copy, right? And this time it's going to be right, okay, A, and I'm going to make 1:2, I believe. 1:2, and then I'm going to push a comma and then colon, I believe. Colon. And I'm going to print row _1 copy. Okay, fine. So fine. So guys, you can see here, right? So here, this is starting from 1 till 2 minus 1. That is 1 only, right? It's like, so the expression is like here. The expression is like 1 minus n minus 1. 1, 2. Okay, fine. So in case if this is complicated for you, right? You can see here, this expression is like from 1 row to n minus 1. So 2 n is 2 here. So 2 minus 1 1. So it's the one and the same thing, right? I'm just trying to show you the alternate way. It's an alternate way, but it's one and the same thing. It's an expression, right, Salai? That's the expression of how we do it. So guys, can I ask you for the third whole row? Can I ask you for the third whole row? So what you're going to write for the third row, 9, 10, 11, and 12? 2, colon 0, 1, 2, 2, colon, that's true. Rajesh, Vaki, that's good. Yagna, that's going great. I'm very much sure that the participants who are doing the parallel programming are also doing the things. That's okay, Kenshu? Okay. Fine. Now, fine. Okay, let's give it a challenge, right? Okay, let's give it a try. What if I want 2, 6, 10? Right? What if I want 2, 6, 10? Print the second column, right? or the first index column, 2, 6, 10. Okay, so the output would be like 2, 6, and 10. Prabhu, that's because of the different shape as per your question, Beta. So there. 2, 6, 10. That's good. So let's do it, guys. So let's print it. Print. What we have, A colon 1. Okay, so this works, right? So this is going good. That's great. That's great. Excellent, guys. Excellent. Another challenge. Pull 2 and 3. I'm encouraging my participants to do the parallel practical so that they can, I want you to do exactly, right? So that is the ultimate strategy behind, asking the questions. Print A equals colon 2, 1 colon 3. Okay, observe, guys, observe. Just giving you some time to, just go through this, observe what I've done.
Yeah, thank you, Rajan, for the informative session.
Yeah, thank you, Argo.
Yeah, so Rajan, as soon you send me the deck, so I can forward it to the learners.
Definitely, I'm going to send you in a moment.
Sure. Okay, thank you everyone for joining today's session.
Congratulations on completing this course. You have just unlocked the power of Python and taken a huge step forward for becoming a coding pro. A big shout out to our mentor Rajan Chettri for guiding us through this amazing journey. Remember, the world of Python is vast and full of opportunities. Keep practicing and exploring. If you enjoyed this course, don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Hit the bell icon to stay updated with our latest content. And if you have any questions or want to share your progress, drop a comment below and connect with us on social media channels. Keep coding, keep innovating and keep pushing the boundaries. See you in the next video.